Okay.
Add transcription. View transcriptions. Sorry, I'm commentary posting a meeting.
Talk it through.
Yeah, talk. Okay, so I think I got everything up and going now. Oh, there is a guest with no name.
Are we ready?
Yep, if you want, I will mute myself. It's all you, Tammy. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, welcome everybody. Happy Sunday, August 3rd. I apologize for as we were traveling back from North Idaho after my twin granddaughter's birthday party. So, anyways, well, obviously we have a quorum, everything. So, calling the meeting in order.
Oh, that's your good.
And a motion to accept the current agenda.
I hold on one second, Tammy. I'm gonna mute all. Actually, not mute all. If everybody can unmute if they want to. So what do I say again? That I second that or something? That I agree with what Tammy said.
I have an issue with the agenda, actually.
Oh, okay.
Bob's submission wasn't for action, but on the agenda it shows for action.
I was asked by Tammy if I wanted to take action. This is the first time I've ever submitted anything. She called me and asked me that, and I said, well, yeah, I want action if I can. So she changed it, and it wasn't proper time.
I sent an email to Julie letting her know. I called him because of the fact of reading the agenda item. It was more than just a discussion. He was planning to take action and maybe have a vote. Right, Bob?
That's correct. I apologize, Lawrence. It's the first time I've submitted something on Western BCA, and I wasn't completely familiar with the procedures. So Tammy corrected me.
So, am I changing something on the agenda or what?
That's up to you if you want to change it. That we haven't voted on it yet or anything. So
Are we, okay, so again, I guess motion to accept current agenda.
Wasn't it already seconded?
Well, it was, but then Lawrence said something, so.
Oh,
I
okay.
think
Yeah.
don't have
I
to
mean,
start-
the item was put on the agenda the way your email said to put it, so it shows a vote. But
Yes.
yeah, it wasn't like that on the submission, but it was changed before the agenda went out.
Yes. But Lawrence
Was that your idea or Bob's idea?
I called him, talked to him about it.
And
Oh,
it was my idea. I just didn't know the formality of it.
Way.
I didn't know the proper way, and I apologize. It's the first time I've submitted something. So I apologize to the membership.
I second that again, then.
Okay, so can we move forward now?
You have to ask for the vote, or ask if anybody's opposed or blah blah blah.
Does anybody oppose the current agenda?
I'm opposed to the agenda.
Okay,
I'm opposed
sorry,
also.
who? So
Who was
Lawrence
that?
and-
That's me, Julie Autumn.
Oh, okay, thanks. Any abstentions, Tammy?
Any abstentions?
I abstain. Jackson.
I will also abstain.
Chris abstains.
So we have Jackson, Chris, and Julie that abstain.
And I don't have a count yet to tell you how many, but I think it passed.
Matt abstains.
Who's that? Matt?
Correct.
Thank you.
So is that it for the abstentions?
Ed's got his hand up.
Ed,
Can I ask why we're opposed?
why we're what?
Why are we opposed and abstaining?
Oh, you want to know why I voted to oppose?
Yes, sir.
All right, in the past, when an agenda item, when an agenda item submission has been done incorrectly, we haven't just allowed it to be changed. We've actually said it can't be an agenda item. And I'll use Chris Nordling's submission as well. It was incorrectly submitted and we just bypassed it. So I don't know why we make changes this time.
Because you don't want to vote on it.
I'll vote on it. That's not why.
Chris's submission was for a bylaws change that was significantly more important than what Bob submitted.
Also,
I think
also
that
happened with Michael Deichman's submission, just for the record.
I don't think that it should be. Can you turn your volume down a minute? Sorry, there's two computers sitting next to each other. I don't think that it should be whether how important one is over the other. If we're gonna do things right in this organization, we need to follow the rules. If we're going to deny somebody their agenda item because it wasn't filled out right in the past, and that's how things are written, then how are we going to all of a sudden just say that, oh, well, this one's not as important as the other one? I feel like everything that we bring to these meetings should be equally as important.
Everything should be by the book.
Using that argument, Mike
Who is
is
speaking?
opposed.
Please identify yourself when you speak.
What's that?
Let us know
Can
your name when
individuals
you speak.
identify themselves when they speak so we know who's speaking, please? Thank you.
I did. I said that I did. I said in light of this information, I'm opposed. This is Mike D. Thank you for asking the question, Ed.
Hey guys, this is Arlen. Julie, did you send out the submission as Bob presented it, or did you send it out to the members after the changes came in from Tammy? That's what I need to know.
The changes were not made on the submission. I got the submission and then I got an email from Tammy to change it.
So
answer your
what
question?
went out? So what went out to the players, the members, and everybody in the organization is how Bob wants it presented, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so
Yeah.
everybody is in agreement. That's what he put on the agenda. That's how the agenda came out to the membership.
And furthermore, I would like to point out, just so that we remember at the, I understand what Lawrence is saying and Autumn, and I think that it was unfortunate that we did not allow Deichman's or Nordling's stuff to come to the meeting. But as we learned at our last meeting, things can be presented at a meeting that wasn't on the agenda. So, you know, if he wants to present it, he can present it as long as there's time. And it was, in this case, it was on the agenda correctly.
This is Melissa. I just want to say that the way Bob presented his submission is not the way he wanted it to come out. He didn't state in his submission that he actually wanted it to be an action. He missed that part, although he did
Right.
want it to be an action. So he didn't state this submission and then change his mind. He just didn't add what was supposed to be added.
Well, no, he put that he wanted it to be a discussion and go to committee. And then that was changed to be an action, to take a
Okay.
vote.
And when I
Which again,
this is
can
Chris.
be, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, and so when I submitted my agenda item, I actually wanted action that day. I submitted it as action. And because it wasn't put in the agenda as an action item, we had to do a straw vote that day. But on my submission, if you go back and look, I guarantee you it says action.
Correct. And that was the same as with Michael Deichman's submission, but neither one of them were put on the agenda as an action. So then we didn't do it. But again, we learned at the last meeting that things can be voted on at the meeting, even if they weren't on the agenda. You're muted, Bob.
I'd like to say something else. This is the first time I've submitted something because I'm so much against what happened. I didn't dot every T and cross every I. The president came to me and asked me if I wanted it to take action. I said, certainly. She told Julie, I believe, and as far as I'm concerned, things were then in order. Come on.
There was an email that I sent to Julie. I don't know if I sent it with the agenda. Find it and look resend if I do, but
No, I have
said
the
I have-
email. And it was put on the
Okay.
agenda how you told me to put it on. Or how you filled out the agenda.
Chris,
Yeah, so when I submitted mine, it was also my first agenda item, and I did submit it correctly. And because it wasn't presented to the secretary that way or signed in that way, then we were denied a vote the day that I was able to present it. When it came back around, I was out of town and had to have Lawrence talk through my item, and it failed, which is fine. But I'm agreeing. We just can't do it one way one time and the other. Sorry, I missed it. I did it correctly and it didn't work for me. So that's why I'm abstaining. So
For the vote.
We already did the vote.
Okay, good.
okay, so
Oh,
can we move on now as far as accepting the current agenda? Yes.
Yeah, you already did the vote on that.
Okay, and then, so next is motion to approve meeting minutes from May 4th, 2025, annual meeting.
And April 6th.
Oh, yeah, and April 6th.
Seconded.
Who's second? Oh, Lawrence. Anybody opposed? Me,
Any abstentions, Tammy?
Tammy Conabear has her hand up.
Is that abstaining, Tammy, or did you have something to say?
That's abstaining.
Okay.
yeah, Tammy.
Okay, so you can move on. One abstention, no opposed.
I think Tammy's having some connection issues.
Oh.
You hear me?
Yeah, we could hear like a little blurb. I think that was Tammy, probably. Tammy, could you say something again? I'm gonna see if you can unmute. Are you on 2 devices right now?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Doesn't boot me out, it just reconnects. So, Anyway,
So the meeting
So
minutes
let's-
are done and now you're on to the president's statement.
so for the president's statement, just I'm gonna let basically the committees and the committee reports and all that kind of stuff talk. I will also have the tournament registrar speak to, as far as we are getting ready to start taking online entries for 9-ball. And we look forward to everybody being there, or as many people as we can be there. Other than that, I will go ahead and pass it on to the VP.
Okay, thank you. First, I've always been excited about the future of Western BCA. With that being said, I do want to express that I'm concerned with the current direction. The current mission statement was read to me in a meeting the other night, and I believe that it has deviated from the historical core values of our organization. So that's my concern. I also respectfully am requesting that the officers not be referred to as leadership, as the scope of our authority is actually limited. We are included in the meetings. We're asked to the meetings and et cetera. That's a great thing. But the officers are actually here to serve to the pleasure of the board. So with that being said, we are officers and we are elected by the members, and therefore I don't feel we should be called leadership and lumped in with the board. But that's my opinion. So there are other officers that may have a different opinion. But once again, I appreciate all of you, and hopefully we can turn this organization into a growing, beneficial. I don't know what the words are. I'm stumbling right now, so I'm just going to leave it at that and let you know. In the past, I've always been excited, but I'm a little concerned at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Next we have secretary.
I got nothing. Or actually, I do have just something little. On the meeting notice that goes out, it says that members have to register with the secretary for the meeting, or they have to be registered for the secretary with the meeting. And some of you wonderful people send me emails to let me know you're going to be here, and I so appreciate that. But you actually don't have to do that. You just have to be registered as a player rep. So I think the wording is a little, it needs to be changed, and I'll fix that for next time. But for those of you who sent me emails and said you would be here, I very much appreciated it. It's only a couple, but you don't have to do that in the future. You just have to be registered as a player rep. So you don't have to take the time to do that. No big deal, but just letting you know. That's it.
Thank you, Julie. And next we have the treasurer, Sue.
I really don't have anything to say. I sent out reports. Got it. Been quiet. Suzanne?
Yeah. Would it be possible, you use QuickBooks, correct?
I do.
Would it be possible to supply a report that has a comparison from this year versus last year, so that it's very easy to read for the membership, so that we don't have to go back and look for an old financial?
I absolutely can, yes.
Do a year to date. That would be
Yeah.
great. Thank you.
Sure.
Does anybody have anything else for Sue? Thank you, Sue.
You're welcome. Thank you all.
Hey, I have one question. So do you, and I don't know if you may or may not know this right away, do you know how much past due fees you've collected so far this year? That was like things that were more than 5 weeks old? 'Cause
I
think
would have
that-
no way of seeing that.
Okay.
I don't have access to that information.
Okay, I just know there's been a lot of work spent on getting everything collected and up to date with all this new stuff, and just thought that was a win that we could announce. But okay, thank you.
Yeah.
There's a few more hands up, Arlen, and then Tammy's after that. Arlen?
Hi, Sue.
Hi.
One quick question. I read on the report, there was a $1,000 sponsorship to an outside event. What was that? And where did that go? Because I
Well-
don't know that we voted to spend $1,000 on something.
Well, you are correct, Arlinda. We, as a voting membership group, did not. That was to sponsor the Hannah Cup, which is a youth event, and I think someone else here would probably be better equipped to explain what that is. I was just told that to write the check.
Okay.
Lawrence,
Well,
or maybe?
Yeah, I'll cover it in my board report.
Thank you.
Unless you want to talk about it now, we can, Arlen, that's fine too.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was a line item that was showing that we were spending money, and I always thought that membership voted on spending money to outside events would be, something we dealt with since we've done it, whatever. But not just, okay, we're going to give money to this place and I decided. So I have a problem with just I decided without being told where my money's going.
That's a very fair point. It happened between meetings. The board directors voted unanimously to do it, and the president also agreed with it. So we paid the $1,000 to the event, to sponsorship. In return, we get a year's worth of advertising via Raw Hannah and his team around the world. So it's kind of a win-win for everybody, and we get to promote Youth Pool as well.
Okay.
Tammy Conabear has her hand up.
I also saw on this that we spent roughly $10,000 regarding web development and technology expenses. I'd like can I get some information on that? Thank you.
You sure can. We have had this year 2 web developers. One was Jonathan, and we spent $750 a month on him until we terminated his services. And then we had to hire a new web developer, and I'm sure someone else will elaborate on this, to rebuild our website because Jonathan kind of did a little sabotage on his way out. And so we are right now paying to get our website rebuilt so that we can open registration once again. Do you want the numbers for each one, Tammy?
I would appreciate numbers for each one, and also down the line, was that put out for a competitive bid or was it just decided upon the new developer? Thank you.
The new developer gave us a proposal prior to Jonathan being terminated. And there was no other bids put out. There was an offer made to use volunteers for the project, but we didn't see that was feasible.
I'm working on numbers right now. 1 minute.
Yeah, Bill's the one that brought him to us, and Deepak has been doing a really amazing job. He's also a player, and he's been fixing things so quickly when it comes to we didn't have anything updated from 2019 on, and he's really cleaned up a lot of a mess, and he's doing a lot of stuff without charging us anything at all. Bob's hands up. Bob, there you go.
This isn't the first time this has been discussed, and I did a couple of audits. I believe one around 2018 and another one about a year ago. And at the time, when during the audits, the first time I recommended that we have certain limits of what the board or the president could spend without membership approval. And the board, I was on the board at the time, and nobody decided to follow my recommendations. And the bottom line is the president or the board has the right to spend money, and it's never been up to a voter. It was never up to a voter or anybody, and it's been that way since I've been around. So I think what we need to do in the future, when I first found out about this $1,000, I wasn't happy, but then I realized it was Raw Hannah and we're getting free advertisement. And apparently I was told he's at sponsorship meetings. We're getting a lot more than $1,000 out of Raw Hannah than we spent, period. Now, that being said, we probably still at that amount of money should have went for the membership, but there's never, ever been formally set up limit spending by the board or the president on what we can have limits on without approval from the membership. That is not in place, because I recommended doing it with certain dollar values. And for example, anything over $100 took 2 board members, anything over $500 took 3, and anything over $1,000 a year had to be approved by the board and the president and the membership. But no one, including when I was on the board, instituted any of that. So in good conscience, maybe we can change that and limit what the board can or can't do. But at this time, it's a good faith effort of what the board and the president thinks is the best for the membership. And even though it's $1,000, I know we're gonna get our money out of Raw Hannah. He's a great guy. He does a lot of good things. And but technically, maybe we need to set up to where membership gets to vote over an X amount of dollars per year spent.
Okay.
Anyway, that's what I know.
I have some numbers. It was roughly 2250 to Jonathan and 5490 so far this year to Wolfpack Services, which Deepak runs. But he's developing a whole new website product for us.
I'll add that we own it now, so it won't be able
Yes,
to
we
be
do.
taken from us at will. We actually own the property to it.
Okay, so first, real quick, going back to like what Bob said and the Raw Hannah. So I was approached about the $1,000 for the Hannah Cup. The board had already approved it. They were requesting a check. Then Ed called me, asked me about it. I told him that I felt like it needed to go to the membership to be voted on. He said that there wasn't a lot of time. I said we could do a special meeting, but there still wasn't a lot of time. And then it was, then I'll admit, I pretty much caved and I says, yeah, go ahead, do it. About a day later, just because of some other things. But just to clarify that. And then Shirley Morgan, you can go ahead and talk.
Okay. We were spending $750 a month for our website. And if you look at the year's total for what we spent and what we got, what we're being charged currently for a brand new website is pretty cheap, particularly if you compare the two services. And then the other point is, in between meetings, if everything has to be voted on by the membership for anything over $1,000 or $1,000 up, that means a lot of things can't get done in a timely manner. So you might want to look at another procedure for approving anything over a certain amount. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Makes sense.
Sam.
Okay, several different things, but I'll try to remember all of them. Bob Olson, I appreciate what you're saying, but this is the first time that Western BCA has given money away. So it's a brand new expense that has nothing to do with putting on our tournament. I understand the exposure. I don't have a problem with where it went or RAW or the BEF. I think it's a wonderful organization. It's not that. It's just our money traditionally, historically, has always been to go to payouts and the expenses of putting on our tournament. So this is a brand new expense for Western BCA. It's certainly been brought up that any regular expenses, the board, the president, whoever writes the checks or whatever, go ahead. You know, you want to find a new temp agency, have at it. You know, it should be the same expense, right? We don't pay anybody above fair services. But this is, I mean, we're giving 66 members annual dues away. Now, if there was some sort of earmarked promotional monies expected to come in that we could tag it to, great. But I have to go to my if everybody doesn't know, Eric Sawyer passed away, and I'm now the league operator. That was just in June. I'm not going to go to 66 of our players and say, yeah, your dues went outside of the association, because that's where our dues are supposed to go, is to the payouts and to putting on the tournament. That's as far as that goes. As far as the website goes, it seems like we have an incredible expense going into the website, and I checked it out recently. Maybe there's some back end stuff that's going on that I don't see, or some other plans in the works, but it hasn't really changed drastically to warrant how much? $6,000? $4,000? What was it? $5,200. Okay, well, and the other thing, as soon as I heard how much we were paying Jonathan a month, I ran it by a few software engineer friends of mine, and they laughed at what we were getting, even with that big, what he thought was a proprietary software piece that he wrote. They said, yeah, not really. There's a lot of shareware online that you can just steal pieces and put it together. And they said that's not really that big of a deal. And they are players that go down to the coast every single time, and they were enthusiastic about trading the entire thing for trade. So I don't know how many of those proposals were even out. I don't remember seeing any sort of request for proposal from the board to put out on all alerts to let everybody know, hey, send us your stuff. And nothing about Deepak. I think Deepak is a great guy, super talented, and I don't want to play him again ever. But I don't agree with the way things are being worded. So that's all. I guess we're going to have more during the board report. I'm done.
Rob, Cameron?
So I agree with Sam regarding the mission of Western BCA. I have no ill will. In fact, I support what Rod does for the youth. I think that's tremendous. But Sam said it correctly, is that the charge of this membership is to run regional tournaments, not to support other folks. So to tie into what Bob Olson said, maybe we should consider, if we do something to this effect, there should be limits, and the membership should be involved if money spent for something other than running the tournament. Thank you.
Rob, I think, are you done or did you cut out?
I'm done.
Thank you, Rob. And I do agree. I agree. Roy Hanna does a great thing. And I'm not talking negative about that. So Julie, go ahead.
As far as what Deepak's doing and Sam's comments about volunteers, we were paying someone to do our website, and let's be clear, it's not just the website. Deepak's working on sign-ins for the tournament, all of that back end tournament sign-in requirements that we had nothing or that had gotten screwed up or stolen from the last guy. But to have someone volunteer to do that is absolutely terrifying, because that's a big job and it needs to be done correctly. That's it.
Hey, Bob.
Thank you, Julie. Bob, go ahead.
Again, I'd like to say the board of directors and the president have the right to do what they think is in the best and a good faith effort, what's best for the Western BCA. It's been that way. I asked to have it changed to where we had limits. I was on the board again at that time, and we didn't do it, nor did the next board, and the current board doesn't do that. I'll be more than happy to create some sort of limits to where membership can vote on. But I want to also say that not everything the membership should vote on. We need a computer person to update our website. We need a computer person to do the back end things to where we can sign up for tournaments. And we need that. And if the membership were to vote on it because it costs us $6,000, $7,000, a lot of people wouldn't do it. Then what would you? We're going to go back to Stone Age and write checks for entry fees again. There are certain things that, again, the board and the president have to make decisions on, and getting a computer expert and get things going well is one of them. But other things like the $1,000 contribution, which I thought was a good idea, but I didn't like the fact that it wasn't brought to membership. Something like that could go to membership, but the basic setup of our computers and the website development, that's what the board has to decide on.
That's
I'm
just
done.
the difference between operational expenses and non-operational expenses. That's all.
Is that it? Is that everybody? And then moving on.
Tammy, I'm sorry before we move on to the next thing, I have one thing about the whole treasury and money and stuff. Was Bob's talking about doing audits, and we're talking about the website and the treasury report, and all these things come together really well. Something that I'm noticing with this new website that we're bringing up is that it's hard to tell if league operators pay for all of their league players. And Jonathan hadn't updated this since 2019. And we didn't know because the board did not have access to any of this whatsoever. So when you did the audit, is there a way for you to check back then if the league operators were paying $15 per player for all their players?
You asking me on the audit? There
Yeah,
was no
yeah,
way.
yeah.
Yeah, there
Yes.
was no way to do it. We certainly knew how much we received, but unless we got a hold of Ozzy to get what he showed in annual dues and compare the two, there was no way to prove it.
Okay, and audit and Ozzy won't
and-
release those to us.
Well, that's because he's upset with a board member right now. He couldn't get anything from it, but I was able to. I got a list of everybody from Oregon, Washington, Idaho, and Lower British Columbia on who the members were, not the BCA, but everybody that played in their Fargo. If I went and asked Ozzy, I think I could get that information because it would be mutually beneficial for both parties to shop and to compare each list to make sure, if you're off 5 or 10, who cares? But if you're off 100, then we go and find out, well, who paid national that didn't pay, the Western BCA. So I think we could get that list. I really do. I can at least
Okay.
try. You
I
want me to
would
go ahead
love
and-
it if you could
All
do
right.
that, Bob, because
Let me
we
make
got
a
a
note.
letter that said we we got a letter from Ozzy saying he will not give us that information. And we didn't have it from, we thought that Jonathan had access to that and he didn't. So that's one thing that, that we've been working on right now to be able to figure that out. So I'm glad to know. So in the audits in the past, we were not able to see that information. Okay, thank you, Pat.
Yeah,
You.
and I will
Oh,
get a hold of Ozzy.
Awesome, thanks, Bob. Pat?
So I've asked and talked to Ozzy about it as well. It's not as easy of a report. So, and I've showed the board and everything on the LMS that you can run a sanctioning report. You can pull the league players list per league. However, that bottom line number is not necessarily the total number all the time, because you're going to have players that played 1 week, that subbed 1 week, that maybe played in another league or whatnot. So, or duplicate, or it could be a duplicate player too. So there's still detailing or whatever. The thing with Aussie or CSI is they have their BBM, which is their database that they use. They don't pull database off of LMS. They use a BBM is what they call it. And that's where they get it. They have to do different reports to make the report that so just to kind of explain.
Okay, this kind of ties in. Beginning of June, I sent out an email requesting a list of paid players from all the league operators, and many of you sent them to me, awesome lists, and some just sent names with no numbers. In researching that and looking at what CSI says, well, this player paid, he's a paid sanctioned player, okay, and it matches the list. But then all of a sudden, this player's not sanctioned, but he's on the list as being paid. So how do you know, did they pay the WBCA fee and not CSI? And that's why CSI shows them as not sanctioned. That's another dilemma that I'm looking at as far as eligibility. And I think once we get all the players listed and get finished up with the work that I've been doing, we'll have a better idea of how many players we have, whether they play in 1 league or 5, and if they're sanctioned or not. If they're sanctioned with CSI and they're not on any list here, why not? You know, so, and there's some players out there that pay WBCA that don't pay CSI. How do you distinguish that part? So I think with Deepak and his database and the information that we are going to get to glean from that is going to be phenomenal.
Well,
I'm done.
but part of that, Pat, it'll be the maybe they qualified in, or they played in 2 different leagues. And so they played in 1 league.
Right. Some of them pay in NPL. They paid their $15 and then they moved into Rose City area. So they're playing with Rose City now, but they've still paid their dues. Their dues were paid. So it shouldn't matter which league they're playing in as long as they're a paid member, correct? They don't have to pay dues in 2 different leagues.
No, they don't. No, they don't. But that's where sometimes it gets confusing on, you know, and it has to be double checked on who's paid what league and whatnot.
And that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I know. It's very time consuming. Sam, and then we need to get going to the board report.
I just wanted to point out that CSI is changing their sanctioning reporting methods. I haven't read into that too much because I'm still learning all the league operator stuff. But the from what I understand, reading through it just once, Remitting means the player gave the money to the league operator. Paid means the league operator has sent CSI the money and they only receive checks, which is ridiculous, but whatever. Sanctioned means CSI has cashed the check. For some reason, they're getting rid of all of that. I don't know exactly what it was, but Pat's the registrar. Is that right?
Sam, I hate to correct you, but it's just the opposite. Remitted means it went to CSI through the bank account. Paid means the player gave the league operator the money, and then CSI reviews it and they sanction them. And they don't necessarily pull the money if the player only played once. It doesn't show up as a due if they only played once. So that's the difference. Remitted means it went to CSI. Paid means it came from the player. And then sanction means it's been acknowledged.
They're getting rid of that though, right?
Yes, correct. They're modifying. They're not getting rid of it, they're modifying it.
Oh, they're modifying it. Well,
Yes.
I'll just ask you when it all comes out what the heck is going on. Okay.
Well, they have access to my bank account, so
Lucky you.
yeah, right.
Thank you, Sam. Rob, go ahead.
So as I understand it, CSI
Lost you.
not going to do that.
Hold on, start over, Rob. You cut out for a
Okay.
while. There you go.
Sorry. So as I understand it, CSI will no longer mark on our sanctioning reports that a player is sanctioned once they receive the money. They will no longer do that. Also, any player that plays one time, we league operators have to pay CSI unless we can prove that they only played one time. So it's incumbent upon us to prove that they only played once. Also, if a player plays in two different leagues, then each league operator has to prove that the player played and paid a different league. And they give us examples of how to do the player lookup to do that. But essentially, they put the onus all on the league operators, and that if a player plays once, we owe the $20 to them unless we prove otherwise. So it's basically guilty until proven innocent.
Exactly. That's exactly what they're going to go to come September. So anybody that plays 1 week, it will, the league operator will have to pay. Basically, every person that subs 1 week will have to pay. The league operator will have to pay the money to CSI in order, anyways. And then at the end of the year, if they still only played that 1 week, then you get that money as a credit.
Yeah, and if they have that, they will have access to the benefits. Otherwise, they won't have access to the scoring app and they won't have access to Fargo.
Correct. Yeah. And then as far as like say with a player playing in two different leagues, like say Rose City Billiards and
Columbia Cascade.
Columbia Cascade, yes, sorry. It's something about, so whoever played, so say if you played in the first session in under Columbia Cascade, and then you played the second session in Rose City Billiards, Columbia Cascade has to pay because it has to be the oldest or the latest one, the oldest one. But then you have to screenshot and say, hey, they also paid in here, blah, blah, blah. But anyways, so, but that's between the league operators and CSI part. So, anyways, moving forward, can we go to the board chair report?
Can I ask a question really quick? Just as secretary, we have someone signed up that is 9B. I don't know who that is. I'm trying to do the sign-in sheet, but I don't know who 9B is. If you are 9B, please tell me who you are.
I guess not.
9B, going once. Okay, well, I don't know who they are, so.
I could put them in the waiting room or just leave them there. Please announce. Or you can change your name by going to your name and clicking, and it will let you change that.
Babaloo's. He just put it in the chat. He had already commented earlier in the chat.
Oh, sweet. Thank you. Good find.
Babaloo, that's a bar name, isn't it?
Huh?
Who is that?
Yes.
What is their name?
Gearing. Babaloo's.
Robert Gearing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't know him as Babaloo. I don't know who that is. Thank you, Robert.
Also, Julie, do you have Vic on here too?
No, that was going to be my next question. And also for Nikki, is Chad here?
Yeah. Yep. Chad's here.
Thank you.
Leonard is here too.
Oh, okay, cool. All you couples.
Okay, so moving forward on to, is it Lawrence?
Good afternoon, everyone. Mine is a little bit longer, unfortunately. We have a lot of stuff to cover, a lot of things to go through. I'm going to go by meeting dates, and then I'll stop and ask if there's questions, and then we'll go through. Does that work for everybody? I hope so. All right, since May, the board's met 3 times. The first time was June 6th. During that meeting, the board discussed options for player signups for our October event. Although the player database was provided from previous website hosts, the system needed for signups was not made available and had to be recreated by Wolfpack Services. Wolfpack Services provided the board with 2 options moving forward. Option 1 was to allow Western BCA the sign up system outright, allowing ownership of the system at an estimated cost of $6,000 with potential future upgrades and additional costs. Option 2 was a pay per use option that would allow Wolfpack Services to retain ownership of the system and with free future upgrades for us, but we just had to pay for it every time we used it. The board voted unanimously to purchase the system. Leadership as a whole felt that the recent past, it was the best option for the league as a whole to purchase the system outright. We also, during that meeting, discussed sharing Western BCA website traffic statistics with our vendors, such as Evo Sports, On the Wire Creative Media, et cetera, et cetera. We voted unanimously to allow that information to be shared with Wolfpack Services on our vendors' request. A proposal was submitted by Savage Billiards to create our event shirts, allowing Western BCA to receive a portion of the proceeds without having to maintain a booth at our events. In the interest of fairness, it was recommended that an RFP be sent out to other companies. The leadership vote was 5 in favor of an RFP and 4 in favor of going with Savage Billiards. An RFP was created and sent to Bad Boys and Hustlin' Clothing. Bad Boys declined the RFP and Hustlin' never responded. I'll cover the rest of that in the next meeting when we get there about what happened with that. There were 2 other requests. There were 2 requests for photographers for our next event. John Corrigan and Chris Reinhold. Both parties requested hotel stays. Chris Reinhold requested an additional payment of $1,000 and the ability to hold clinics to offset some travel costs while providing some on-stream commentary as available. If you don't know who Chris Reinhold is, he's a former Moscone Cup member. He's currently playing at the Don Weir Memorial. He won 2025 Buffalo 9-ball tournament just recently. Pro player. Lost my place. I'm sorry. There it is. He wanted to hold clinics to offset some of the travel costs while providing some on-stream commentary as available. John Corrigan requested food vouchers and entries into all events. The leadership team were 8 in favor of Chris Reinhold and 1 in favor of John Corrigan. And both parties were informed via the decision via email. The next topic during that meeting was credit card processing fees. Last year, the Western BCA spent $10,000 in card processing fees. Sue Ledger contacted several companies and provided details on their offers. Additionally, another way to improve cost savings for the association is to have card processing fees paid for by the person signing up at our events. Typically, it's 2.4 to 3.5%, allowing ACH transactions to be free of charge. Cost to the association is 1% plus 40 cents per transaction, roughly. This would allow players to sign up to make the choice in using a card or have it taken from their account, thus reducing the amount of processing fees charged to the association. Amongst several options presented, the leadership team voted 8-1 to keep using the Converge system unless Stripe was easier for website integration and allowed for ACH transfers. Stripe ended up being easier to use and fees were similar. However, Stripe allowed for ACH transfers. Stripe will now be the new payment system moving forward. And it's already integrated into our website. So that is the first meeting. And if anybody has any questions, please ask. Because I ain't done yet. Okay.
Hey, one little thing about that, Lawrence, about the card processing, that we had changed that a little bit. And sorry, it cut out for a second, so I'm not for sure if you mentioned this piece or not. That, did you say the part about if we pay by the ACH, if we pay by the check version, that you don't pay a fee, but if
Right.
we pay by Visa, that there's going to be a fee?
Yes. Yeah. If you pay by ACH, there's an option when we sign up. But if we have time for that, actually, I hope we do have time for that. I don't know if I'm on the committee reports or not, but when we get to the communications and tech committee side of that, I'll show you guys the new sign up flow and how that's going to work. But,
Thank you, Lawrence.
yeah. So June 17th, this was via text. Ed Slade proposed that the Western BCA sponsor the Handicap, providing $1,000 paid for with money from future sponsors. In exchange, Western BCA is receiving free advertising on all Raw Hannah's social media platforms and any event that he commentates on. After a lengthy discussion, the board voted unanimously in favor of the exchange of sponsorship for advertising. On the 20th of June, we were informed that the president agreed to the sponsorship. Questions on that? Because I know it was a topic earlier. Sam's hands up. You're muted though, buddy.
Oh, I'm working on it. Gosh, dang, give me a second. I gotta move my finger. My glasses are the wrong way. So just the atmosphere of the discussion when the topic was brought up, what board members, and I hope all 7 of the board members are present for the meeting. Was there any discussion whether this expense was appropriate or correct, or if we even have extra money? Just the meeting before the annual meeting, Jackson made a presentation about how we're in danger of not having enough money, revenue coming in to put on our next tournament. I mean, so just spending $1,000 doesn't seem it doesn't seem correct. It doesn't seem fiscally responsible. Did any of the board members bring up the topic of, can we afford this? Should we?
And it was brought up, Sam. It was brought up at length.
Yeah. Hey, Sam, this is Chris. I actually asked that question where the money was coming from. And as Lawrence just told us, it was coming from future sponsorship endeavors. And in exchange, we got this from Raw. So, that was my actual first question, is where's it coming from? And we are very much assured that was sponsorship money to do with what we saw fit. And that's why I personally chose to go that route.
Well, thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. If I could throw out there, if the sponsorship committee or if Western BCA wants to entertain going after sponsors specifically for On the Wire and Raw, because he's a great guy doing great events for the BEF, which is a Youth Billiards Education Foundation, and that is just wonderful. The normal fee for finding that would be 10%, which would go into the Western BCA coffers. So, that would be a great source of income for us, right? And we could even
and Sam, just
it's just an idea.
To respond to your question about Jackson's concern about us having money to run a tournament, that was specifically because at that time we had several league operators who were not sending in their dues. That has been taken care of now, just so you know that we're not in danger of not having money to run the tournament.
Well, yeah, I don't recall that connection ever being made. It was just looking at the numbers over the last like 3-4 years, we were trending down because we were spending the money, but we weren't bringing it in. And that's why Jackson's, I believe, the agenda item was to raise fees, raise the green fees. So nobody ever made me mention that it was blaming league operators for not sending in their money. And I'm pretty sure that we can figure out administratively how to. I mean, it's just inventory. You know, players are the inventory. Let's see if they're all paid for or not, or what's going on. And it is completely a problem. I understand there's a few holes between CSI just giving us the information and where it's going, but you know, we have a pretty competent treasurer right there. I'm sure Sue could even probably figure out a way to make sure that we're getting the money that like we're supposed to be. I think I'm getting sidetracked. So point of order on myself. I'm done.
Thanks, Sam. Arlen. Oh,
I see a disconnect here. You guys decided as a board and as the people in charge to give away money to an event in trade. Why wasn't it put on the ledgers or on the budget as far as marketing or media? If we're getting something out of it, that's marketing. We're advertising. So we're paying someone to advertise for us at that point. Why does it get listed as a sponsorship to his event? What he does with the money after he receives it, if he wants to put it in, that's great. But if it's a trade and we're getting sponsorship, why wasn't it just earmarked as media or marketing? Because that would have avoided a lot of this confusion of why are we giving away money to another tournament instead of marketing our own. That's where I came up with where do we get this $1,000? Where are we going with it? It's only $1,000, but hey, it's still $1,000.
Right. And I understand that, Arlen, and it probably could have been presented that way differently. There's two other ways to look at it. Also, the budget isn't done by the board, it's done by the president. We approve it. You guys ratify it. The second part of that is that if we would have given Raw $1,000 for advertising and he still put up Western BCA's logo on the front, then it's still the question of why is Western BCA sponsoring the event, and we're still having the same conversation. And I fully agree with you that we probably could have handled it a different way and said, hey, this is for advertising, because that's really what it is. It was a trade of $1,000 for advertising for us to sponsor their event. It's still a sponsorship. So I can see either way, and I get it, and I understand. Thank you. Julie? No? Okay. Anybody else on that topic? Dave's at work. Okay. Back to my report, sorry. This is for the 29th of July. Oh, sorry, I went too far. That was Tuesday. This is for the 11th of July. Bob Olson presented his information to leadership about why his team set the Scotch and team caps the way they did, and it was very informative. Bob, I thank you very much for that. It was a great time. Jackson presented the contract for Savage Billiards. Western BCA will receive a 5% royalty per item sold, featuring the Western BCA logo for non-event merchandise and a 20% profit reimbursement for event merchandise. The contract was accepted unanimously and was executed. We covered the new tournament registration system, which I'll demo for everyone later. The board then discussed a league policies document in full that had been worked on over the last several months. And right now, I just want to say, Rob, if you're still here, Rob Cameron, thank you very much for taking the time to provide an amazing input for that piece of paper. It's great, and it paid off. It looks really good. And everything that you put on there was spot on. So I really do just thank you for that. After discussing the latest late sanctioning payments for the last several months, the board has actually been talking about this for, I want to say since like February. about how we can get leagues to pay within the 5-week requirement. And I know that membership necessarily didn't know that was a discussion at the time. Anyway, after discussing it for several months, the board has recently voted unanimously to add a 25% fee per player to any league past the 5-week date after starting a new league session. This will be added to the new league policies document, which will then get approved. This is a result of some leagues not paying sanctioning fees to Western BCA until the last 4 months of the year. The majority of leagues are doing an amazing job paying their fees within the 5 weeks of starting a new session, and thank all of you for doing that. Also on the 7th of July, there was an email sent to all leagues who had not yet paid their sanctioning fees with sessions that had started in 2025. At the time of the July 11th meeting, there were 3 leagues that had not paid yet. But as of today, all leagues are current on their sanctioning fees, unless somebody has started in the last 2 weeks. But I even think they send money in. So that's the end of that meeting. Questions for me? There's hands up. Pat Mitchell.
Yeah, on the sanctioning fees, the 5-week thing, I don't know, because I haven't been around WBCA that long, but it seems to me that the division managers, they send their players' fees to the league operators. Is that correct? Or does the league operator collect all the money?
I think every league's different, right? They get to run their league the way they run their league. That's on the league operator. My league operator has me send my money to them, and that's what I do. I send it like as soon as we collect. I tell everybody they have to pay by the 2nd week they play, and if they don't, then we'll figure something else out, and I send them the money.
Okay, so is there a time limit for him to send the money in? Okay, I have to send mine to my league operator. I usually do it within the 1st week, which is the way I do it. But is there a time limit for them to send it in to get credit or show the players that have paid?
That would be on the league operator to make that. That's why they're their division manager, right? I would assume that league operators get to run their leagues the way they want to run their leagues.
No, I think she's asking if there's a time limit for when the league operators have to send in what they've collected from the division managers.
Am I understanding that, Pat? Are you talking about division managers sending money to league operators or league operators sending money to Western BCA?
I'm talking about division managers sending the money to the league operators, and then the league, how long does the league operator have to send it to WBCA?
5 weeks from the start of any league session.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't screwing up.
Nope. Sam, mid shot, sharking.
Definitely sharking, gosh darn it. So I just want to tell you right now, I have a whole bunch of sanctioning fees I need to send in. I'm gonna blame the transition from Eric to myself. He sent in a whole bunch of money, and there's a bunch of double payments, and then his 2 divisions also double paid, and I'm going to go through and square it up and then be totally good from now on. There is something that I noticed, that there was 3 players who played in the 8-ball and didn't pay their sanctioning fees. So I don't know if you want to address that right now, because or should I wait and talk to Pat? But from what I understood, only Western BCA players can play in our events, and if they haven't paid any dues, they're not Western BCA players, right?
Correct.
I only know of one, and that was Kenny Dodd, and that problem has been fixed.
Okay.
But I don't know about the other ones.
3. I had 3. I saw their names, looked them up. Yep, they played. I mean, the easiest one is Patrick West. He took gold.
Yeah.
And then I got his player dues. I was like, wait a second.
I had issues with some of the players, and I was told that they were going to just let them play anyway. I put my foot down, and I said, if they're not going to pay, they can't play. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I have
that's
a little 86-year-old lady that shows up every week to play, and she pays her dues before the league even starts. So you can't give me this old age thing because I'm getting there too. But I have no way of knowing who's paid unless the league operator sends me their player list as paid. And I'm taking their word for it. I can confirm it with Sue and go through all that, but that's just more legwork. The league operator sends me a list of their paid players with their CSI number, all of their profile information. You're good as gold. I'll fight for you all the way down the road. But if it's not, you're going to hit a brick wall.
that makes sense to me. If they're not,
Shit.
it's not on the agenda or anything to talk about it, but from what I remember in years past, yeah,
Wait,
you
I'm
had
in a
to
meeting.
pay. If you weren't paid, you couldn't play. So that's all. I'm done on that topic. Thank you.
Perfect. Bob, and then Rose after that.
Yeah, just real quick. I just want everybody to know that Kenny Dodd is on my team. Julie will verify it. He's in 6 weeks so far. I think he's got 2 more to do. I'm sure once he gets these 8 weeks in, though, he's done. He won't play the rest of the session now. But it is a big improvement. So anyway, that's all I got to say.
Meeting doesn't care, honey.
Rose?
Hey, Lawrence.
Hi.
I just gotta ask about this time limits on the league operators and division managers, because when we started in 2008, when everything was still paper, before it went to the online stuff, the way it was explained to me is that after the 3rd week of each division, that's when the division managers had to turn in the money to the league operators. Now, as far as the 5-week thing is concerned for the league operators, up until 2 weeks ago, and I've been involved since 2008, I had never heard of the 5-week deadline. Chris has a habit of going, I don't want to send a check in for every division every week. I want to save it up until I got 3 or 4 division or 5 divisions and send it all in at once. So I'm really kind of confused on why we have this 5-week thing. That's all.
Yeah.
I don't know how to raise my hand. Can I speak?
Yeah, Mike, go ahead while I'm looking for something. I'll come back to you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I called in and I don't know how to raise my hand. For years, we've been trying to have a master list of current paid members and their emails addresses. Is this the beginning of actually getting that done?
Yes.
All right, and I'm done.
Yes, I am compiling that list from all of the league operators that have sent me their player list. I've confirmed their sanctioning with CSI, whether they are or they're not. I've also found a lot of CSI numbers that don't correspond to Fargo rate, and I have been working with them to try and to get those accounts straightened out. So when you see the number in Fargo, you know that you'll be able to see it in CSI. So once it's all done, I'm going to do a sort, and so I'll have an individual player with all of their profile information. That's my goal. Whether or not I get there or not is another story. But so if you get an email from me, don't get mad. I'm just working hard.
All right, and the last thing I want to add is, according to Ozzy, when I spoke with him about 8 years ago, this is a nationwide problem with BCA having missing money is what we'll call it. Missing money is a problem in all BCA leagues across all of America. It's not just us.
Elaine. And you might be muted.
Yeah, I just found that. So this is going back to one of your earlier meetings notes, Lawrence, about the shirts and the RFP.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm curious, like, are you only asking people who have booths at Western BCA? I mean, personally, I know 2 or 3 people who this is their livelihood, and I don't know where you guys put the RFP, but if I knew where it was, I would have sent it to them, and I don't know, maybe they would purchase a booth space. But, how does that work? I mean, this one person I'm thinking of has been in the business going on 40 years.
Yeah, I know that there was discussion about one other major vendor who does stuff across the country. But there was comments made about he didn't want to do Western BCA, so we didn't ask him. But I know that it was a short time frame, so we sent out the two. And by all means, if there's another company that wants to reach out to Western BCA, they're more than welcome to. I mean, the contract's for, I think Jackson will tell me if I'm wrong, but it's for 2 years. So, but after that, everything can be negotiated too.
So you're saying that the contract's already done for the next events?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm of the opinion that maybe we should, you know, like any other business or whatever, put an RFP out on our new website so that everybody knows it's happening. I mean, we have local people who do this, 1 or 2 that are members of Western BCA themselves. So anyway, just in the interest of fairness, you know, all those other companies, their shirts are great, but the money we spend should be spent, well, what do you call it? Spread around, I guess.
Right. I don't disagree with that. I will also say that Savage approached us initially with the offer. And then we said, you know what, we need to back up a little bit, and short notice, without leaving them hanging, had to send something out to other businesses, and not knowing who those businesses were with a short time frame, it kind of makes it hard to do that. So, but yes, in the future, I agree.
Yeah, I think we definitely should work on how we do those things. That's it.
Nikki?
Thanks, Elaine. I'm glad that you brought all that stuff up. So once we have this website organized, I think that that's for sure going to be something that we can add to it to make it more efficient. But the last time we paid $1,500 in late fees to have the shirts done. That's kind of one of the reasons why we wanted to get this done in a shorter period of time, was to make sure that it's done and we're not spending absolute wasted money on late fees, because we waited till the super last minute and put a bunch of pressure on our shirt people because we just had so much stuff going on at that moment. So that after 2 years, that will get brought up again. And please let them know, by all means, please feel free to do the RSV or the whatever that little form is, but we should have it on our website at that point. Thank you.
So I have one more question. Why 2-year contract? Why not a 1 year?
It's a good question. Jackson?
We felt that was most beneficial to everybody, to lock in a 2-year contract and see how this particular, how would you say it? Essentially, this particular contract process works out. So with the, we'll be able to see how much money we make, so on and so forth. If we just did it for a year, it's really tough to tell. So that's why we went with 2 years.
Not to mention that it takes it off our table of something that has to be done every event. Now it's handled for the next 4 events, and everybody can focus on other things.
Correct.
Brittany?
I would just like to add, it's not just making shirts. Our proposal had to do with making other items that WBCA will get money for. We are planning on keeping all of the stock and taking care of that and putting it on the website. Right now it's just sitting in storage and nobody's making any money from it. So it's not just the shirts, and our proposal was, I mean, fairly extensive, and we came to WBCA. So all the other clothing businesses and companies, I mean, if that's what they want, then they should take the initiative to do that. Yeah, I don't really know what else to say about that. So it's not just making shirts. Thanks.
Yep. Thank you for filling that in, Brittany.
All right. Next portion. Sorry, moving on. Let me get back to my notes. Sorry, this is taking so long, everybody. There's a lot of information. The board of directors met with Rosalie Westenskow, our association lawyer, on the 29th of July to discuss several things that included the board's responsibility to the membership and how that relationship should work. It was made very clear that according to Oregon state law, the board of directors is responsible for the day-to-day operations of the association. This includes money spent, tournament direction, and policy and procedure approval and implementation. The officers work for and are tasked by the board of directors to carry out the mission of the association. The membership elects the board and officer positions. Now I'm going to share my screen with an email from Rosalie, so you guys can read along as I run through this long email. This is very important. I'm sorry it's small. All right, from Rosalie, she said, hello all, it was nice to meet with you earlier this week. You have several questions regarding the role of board and within the board and different roles of officers and directors and the role of voting members in your organization. To understand a lot of legal rules surrounding members, you first need to understand the legal framework, how decisions are made for a nonprofit. Nonprofits in Oregon must follow the rules of Oregon 65, the Nonprofit Corporation Act. Under that act, the board of directors of a nonprofit corporation in Oregon is the group that has legal authority to make decisions on behalf of the organization. How they make decisions can vary somewhat based on articles of incorporation and bylaws of the organization, but they must follow general rules called corporate formalities. These include giving notice to all director meetings, making sure a quorum of the directors attends the meeting. Usually this requires a majority of the directors to show up, making decisions through formal voting and recording these votes in the minutes. Directors and officers owe fiduciary duties to the organizations, including the duty to make decisions in the best interest of the organization, the duty to obey the law, and the duty to be reasonably aware of what's happening in the organization that they can make informed decisions. If they fulfill these duties and are volunteers in their roles as directors and officers, then they also receive a lot of personal liability protection. This means that if they are named as a party in a lawsuit because of their work as a director and officers, the organization must cover their legal fees. They also are not personally liable, even if they were negligent in making decisions for the organization. They are only liable if they are grossly negligent, which is much higher bar. In addition, organizations can get directors and officers insurance to cover these legal fees. If, on the other hand, directors and officers fail to fulfill their fiduciary duties, they can be personally liable to the corporation and or third parties, and the organization will be barred from covering their legal fees. This framework was created so that there is a way to safeguard the assets of the organization. The board is supposed to very clearly record how decisions are made, must make collective decisions, and can be held accountable for mismanaging the funds. In exchange for taking on that responsibility and liability, those people are also given protections. Voting members, on the other hand, have a very different role in the organization. Voting member is a legal term of Oregon Statute 65.00131, defines members as someone who has rights and obligations a member has under this chapter. Oregon Statute 65.144 lists the rights and obligations that a member will have, but also allows an organization to change those rights, with a few exceptions in its bylaws and articles. Usually members will have the right to elect and remove directors and vote on any change to the number of directors. They also might have the right to vote on big corporate changes, like whether to merge with another organization or to dissolve the organization. However, their specific rights of what they get to vote on are set in the bylaws. I have to scroll down a little bit, I'm sorry. The voting member role is not usually very participatory. Voting members help ensure the leadership of the organization is going in the direction that the voting members want. But showing up to vote on the board at an annual meeting is usually the extent of that participation. Think of this role similarly to that of a voter in a democratic system. They don't create the law, but simply decide who lawmakers will be. This doesn't mean that the voting members can't be involved in other ways as volunteers, but the voting member role itself is limited. The board can also ask the voting members how they feel about different ideas or options the board is considering. Similarly, a poll but the results of that would be non-binding or a final decision in any way. Just information for the board to consider in making a decision. Voting members should not be involved in day-to-day decisions of the organization. Voting members do not owe fiduciary responsibilities to the corporation, nor do they receive personal liability protection the way directors and officers do when acting on behalf of the corporation. As such, they should never be voting or otherwise making decisions about budgets, programs, or other activities. In short, voting members do not get the right to make decisions or deciding who, other than deciding who the decision makers will be or major changes to the organization, because they are not legally required to fulfill the fiduciary duties that directors and officers owe to the organization. If voting members are allowed to make decisions on behalf of the organization and are personally named in a lawsuit as a result, they would also not get liability protection that directors and officers receive. In the terms of different roles held by directors and officers, officers owe the same fiduciary responsibilities to the organization as directors do. Oregon Statute 65.377. Officers are usually elected from the board, meaning they hold the role of director and officer simultaneously. In your organization, your officers are not directors. This means that your officers do not get to vote like directors do. Officers are supposed to help facilitate the work of the board. Oregon Statute 65 requires that one of them be responsible for preparing minutes of the board and membership meetings and for authenticating the records of the organization. Most organizations assign this job to the secretary. Other than that, the duties and authority of officers is set in the bylaws, and to the extent it is consistent with the bylaws by the board. However, the idea behind officers is that they help facilitate the work of the board and provide and support the board. I hope this clarifies these different roles to all of you. I see your hand up, Bob. I'll get to you in just a second. Let me finish the rest of this that I have written. It is my personal opinion, that the board of directors should always ask for input on the items that affect the association, and we should always strive to make the association better. Your 7 elected board members absolutely support the same concept, and the board also agrees that we volunteer our time for you and will continue to do what is best for the majority of the association. It is also recommended that league operators it was also recommended from Rosalie in our Zoom meeting that league operators have contracts with the association in addition to the sanctioning form. This contract would lay out the responsibilities of the leagues to the association and set a standard of conduct. Rosalie also explained the difference between precedence and tradition. Precedence applies to legal items in a court of law, not meetings. Tradition is something that has been done in the past. However, traditions are not binding. Because something has been done incorrectly in the past, there's no reason to keep doing it the same way. I know there's lots of hands up, I'm sure, but Bob.
Yeah, so apparently I've learned a lot from what you just said, quite a bit different than what I perceived earlier. What's the president's role then? If the president's not on the board of directors, why do we have one? Because you're saying that the board is responsible for making the decisions of the nonprofit organization. Does that also mean the membership can't, for example, vote on caps or vote on anything? Could you explain that a little bit better? I mean, I understand the board and it is doing well and trying to make what's best for our organization. That is clear to me. But could you explain why we probably don't need a president then? And what can the voting membership do, if anything? Thank you.
I absolutely think that there should be a president, and I'm not trying to say that. And I also want to say that this isn't me. I didn't write it. We just had a meeting to get some explanations done, and that's what she gave me, and she said I could share it with all of you. A lot of questions, you know what I mean? Like the president's role should be what the president's role is, and it's outlined in the bylaws. It says running meetings and should be the go-between between membership and the board, right? That should be the president's job. Same with the vice president, should take over if the president can't do something, all those things, right? What else did I miss?
Yeah, we have to go by the law, period. There's no choice here. So, but thank you for reading that all out for everybody.
Sam, Shark.
Nice try. I had already shot. So that's why we were in the middle of rewriting the bylaws. And that's what the new set of bylaws is supposed to take care of. Bill's been presenting this situation. He hasn't read an entire letter from Rosalie, but and you can go back and ask her for her opinion on this, but our bylaws supersede the Oregon State bylaws. They're on top of them. Whatever the Oregon State bylaws do not cover, or I'm sorry, whatever our bylaws do not cover, the Oregon State bylaws take over. If there's gaps in ours, we refer to the Oregon State bylaws. But yeah, all of us are liable for all of our decisions the way we currently have it written. That's why the new bylaws are written the way they are. Pass it, and we won't even have arguments like this or discussions. The board, including the officers, would be in charge. And there are different ways to set up officers and board directors, and Rosalie presented one of them. There are other ways, and it's outlined in the bylaws. So I'm not sure exactly what point you're trying to make with that, reading that letter to the association. It's kind of moot. I mean, what are you trying to say?
Sam, I'm not trying to say anything. She wrote us a letter to share with the membership, and that's all I'm doing.
Well, send it to us then. I mean, you're reading
will.
it to us just with one reading. What are we supposed to glean something from it? I'm not sure what your point of presenting that is.
I just learned a lot from what Lawrence stated that I was unaware of. And
Yeah.
I think all the membership should. So I want to thank you, Lawrence, for reading all that, because it changes a lot of things of the way we've been running this organization, period.
But it doesn't change anything.
It absolutely changes a lot.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't change a darn thing.
It changes the perception.
That letter says how we're supposed to be doing things, but we don't because of how our bylaws are written. So
You got to follow the law, period. And the law
We are
states
doing
what he
things
just
that
read.
are not written in our bylaws.
I would like to see what Sam is asking for. I've never heard of such a thing. The Oregon State bylaws. Apparently for nonprofits, Sam thinks that there is an Oregon State set of rules of bylaws. My understanding is any organization draws up their own bylaws based on the laws. And the laws currently that we're discussing is the board of directors and their responsibility. So I'm not clear that there is an Oregon State set of, here's the law for all bylaws. That's my question.
Surely. ORS 65. Google it. It's right there.
So that's a law in Oregon that bylaws need to be a certain way, is what you're saying?
No, it's.
That's what I'm hearing you say, so I'm asking you to explain.
There's gaps in it that just spell out generalities. You and I can have a conversation on this, but it's not really important at the moment. What I'm referring to is ORS 65. Check them out, read them yourself. You will get the meaning from that. That's what I'm referring to.
Sam, you come to these meetings and you say things like that, and you claim to have the knowledge, but you won't give us the knowledge that you are claiming to have.
You're going to be getting my interpretation of that. Okay. I don't want to give you my interpretation of that. I want you to read it for yourself. And then I might mix something up, which I've certainly done in the past. So I want you to read it for yourself. I'm not trying to hide anything or be mysterious about it.
Well, what I also heard you say, are we supposed to believe Lawrence reading that letter? when in fact it was from the attorney. And you said, are we just supposed to believe it? I do. It's from the attorney. I don't see why
I
we
don't
would
recall
think it's
saying,
not
are we
true.
supposed to believe that?
That's what you said.
I said,
No,
I don't.
Sam, you said that our bylaws would
Okay,
supersede
I'm gonna
Oregon
butt in
state
right
law.
now real quick because I want everybody to know that's on this meeting that this is the first that I've heard of this. And it explains a lot as far as why a lot of things have gone around me here in the last couple months. So I just want everybody else to be informed of that. Thank you.
Okay, so I would appreciate a copy of it, Lawrence, I guess, but you know, it until we pass the new bylaws and start going over that, we're in the same boat. We have to have this meeting. The membership decides what's going on. It's written in policy and procedure that it goes back to the membership. That's how we've been doing it. There's plenty of situations about ratified decisions from the board that the membership approves and finalizes. So
that is not in our bylaws, and that was the whole point of reading the letter so people understand that, Sam.
The letter was written based off our current bylaws.
yeah, did anybody during this meeting bother telling her what a precedent is according to our situation, or even ask her what a
Do we
precedent?
have to tell a lawyer what a precedent is? And yes, we did speak to the lawyer about precedents, and she said precedence has no standing on a nonprofit. Precedence is actually a term used in courts and law. What you are speaking of is a tradition, like I've told you in the past.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Yes, it is a well-founded tradition of how we handle things. I don't mean in a court of law. I'm not talking about that.
And tradition does not supersede the law or how we should be doing things.
Can I say something real quick? I've been in business for over 50 years. I've been a controller for over 40 years. And let me tell you something pretty clear. You do not want to break the law. And if our current bylaws are breaking the law, we need to change them. And by what Lawrence just read, I think we are violating the laws for a nonprofit in the state of Oregon, and we need to fix it, period.
Great.
There's none of this self-interpretation. She's told us what we need to do, clear as a bell. We can't override it and be in compliance with the law.
Have you read the bylaws, Bob? The new ones?
I don't care.
Nobody can read the new ones because you didn't submit them correctly. Nobody even
But-
knows what your new ones are.
They have to be in compliance with what Lawrence just read, and I'm sure they're not.
Did you?
Send them to me. I have
Trust me,
not
they
seen.
are. It gives the board complete autonomy. They can run the whole thing, and the board includes all 4 officers.
That's correct.
Okay? They won't
If that's
pass it,
if
though.
that's the law of a nonprofit in Oregon, then that's the law of the nonprofit in Oregon. Period.
Did you guys? Did the board
Can you-
for this meeting send the lawyer a copy of the bylaws? The new
current
ones.
bylaws?
that I wrote?
You did, Sam.
The one that you wrote, Sam? No, because those are not approved.
Why wouldn't you send her a copy of it to check it out?
Because
The
they're not
discussion-
approved.
Meeting with
Here's the way the discussion goes down, Sam, is you send me a message and ask me why we're spending $1,000 on something. So then I look into it and say, what's the authorization for that? How can we follow this up? Who has authority? Why do we have to get approval? Why does the board of directors need approval from the membership to do something? I need to know the answers. I'm the chairman of the board. I don't have the answer. So then we ask the lawyer, here's our bylaws. What does the board have to do with anything? Can the membership vote on spending money? So on and so forth. She says, actually, the membership shouldn't be voting on spending money. The board should be making those decisions. That's how the conversation went down and how we got started on the whole topic.
I'm not sure what point you're trying to make.
I had my hand up and Julie's got her hand up. Can we go?
Julie? I guess not. Nikki?
Okay, great. So the rules and the bylaws and all the stuff, we want to make sure that we're doing this right. And so that is why the board went to the attorney to find out, making sure of what we're doing, that we've been running like we're an advisory group not board members for a very long time. And right now, Sam brings up a great point about that 7 members can run the association. Well, right now, 1 member can run the association, and that's how we have it. That's the precedent of things, and that it should be you guys, as all the members that are voters, you guys get to choose who the board's going to be, and then they have to agree on something together. So it's not one person making decisions, it's 7 people making a decision. And the attorney asked over a year ago for us to bring it up at a meeting to decide on the bylaws committee to decide, are the officers voting members or not? And it's never, Bill hasn't addressed that he's the one that's running that part of it. So we've been waiting for him he was working with the attorney on the bylaws, and that was the next question, is when these new bylaws are being written, does the officers get to vote or do they not get to vote? And so this is really important stuff. This was very eye-opening to me, and I'm on the board, and I'm assuming that most of the 48 of us in this meeting, it probably was enlightening to them too. And then Tammy had brought up that this was all brand new news to her. And as a board member, we are responsible to make sure that this is running smoothly. And Tammy is also a league operator. And at this point, this needed to be brought up to an attorney of how do we make sure that we're doing things correctly. And that's why it was board members only that had this meeting. We just got this letter yesterday. And now we're presenting it to you as an entire group. We are very transparent. And was somebody going to say something? I'm sorry.
So I wasn't informed about this because I'm a league operator.
Informed about what exactly? The
About
meeting with the
it.
lawyer?
So basically being president, and I do want to say that I haven't actually made decisions exactly on my own. I have always asked you guys or whoever works with it or whatnot. I've never solely made decisions on my own. So trying to keep everybody as a team. So, but I don't know what me having to be a league operator has anything to do with being president.
Yeah, I don't know how that went, why that was that way, so I don't understand.
Well, either way, we have this meeting asking what our role is as a board, and that is the response that we have gotten. And now everybody has exactly what that looks like. We're not trying to not.
So
be-
I want to
we-
say something. It
Yeah.
sounds like when you guys went to the attorney to find out what the board can do, it sounds like you guys are wanting to say that the board can make any kind of financial decisions by yourselves and not have to notify anybody else, because you guys are it in our organization, right? So you can make any kind of financial decisions just amongst you and not have to notify the members, is what I am understanding. Am I understanding that wrong?
The notification should definitely be there for sure. Should be notified of any decisions that are made.
And it wasn't about us asking for that. It was about us asking what our role is supposed to be. Not looking for that answer, looking for the answer.
We were looking for $17,000, Becky, on wondering why league operators weren't paying their league operator all the dues for the members. And this was a big deal. And then we got a letter from Ozzy saying, these are all the league operators are independent businesses and we're not going to tell you anything. So we need to know, why are we not being paid all this money, and who are the players? Why don't we get this information? Why don't we get the information from Jonathan that had a website? The board never got any of this information. So people, not saying league operators are stealing, but if they wanted to, they could have been stealing a lot of money. And the board would have no idea. And even Bob said earlier about he did an audit, he had no way of knowing either. So this is really important for us to make sure we're doing things the right way. So thanks for bringing that up, Becky.
I have one question. Since now we realize that the board of directors are responsible for the operation of this organization, would it be feasible to have, and I'm just asking, I'm not saying a thing, a new voting by the members to elect board members again, or just we have to wait till every 2 years? I mean, I think it's really important. I mean, I'm not having anything personal against any of the board members, but I don't know, other than Nikki, people aren't running too many businesses, and I think at least one person ought to be, or one or two on the board should have business experience running businesses. So I'm done.
Bob, I'll give you your answer real quick to that. So Chris runs his own business. I used to run my own business. That's aside from the point. The point is that anybody can replace a board position or an officer position at any time they would like to. All it requires is 10 people in agreement, call a meeting, send the meeting notice out through the secretary, and then whoever shows up gets to vote, and you vote us out. It's a 15-day notice.
Thank you. That's good to know. Thank you.
It's right in the bylaws.
And this is also like that point there, Bob. I think with these things going on and the changes, and it becomes incredibly clear how important the vote for the board members are. I think that every vote that the board members take should be on the website. It should say, Julie voted this way, Julie voted that way, Lawrence voted this way on every single issue, because that's how you make decisions on who you want to elect next time. It shouldn't be a popularity contest. It shouldn't be, it should be. And as the lawyer stated it, and this was the exact analogy she used, it's like electing a congressperson or a senator. The membership elects the board. Then the board makes the decisions on these things. Just like when you elect your senator, the voting people of the country don't go and vote on all the separate laws. The senators vote for it. So you want to know how we are voting and what we are doing and what our stances are. So I agree with that. And like Lawrence said, any of us can be removed. You have to just call a special meeting and ask for that, and it has to be voted on. But
can I speak for a second? I think a lot of this is venting and trying to digest the information. With that in mind, is there a way that we could all get a copy of this letter through email or on the website? It's a lot to process. And I also want to add, I don't think it's any secret that chain of command in the last 5 or 6 years has been a huge topic for Western BCA. And this is an attempt to straighten it out. I know some of us might not like the answer, but I think the answer is pretty clear. But again, it's nice that Lawrence read it to us, but is there a way we could all get a copy of it?
Yeah, I can send it out to the membership, all the voting members, everybody here.
That was the intent.
That was the plan from the beginning.
Sam?
We just got it yesterday.
Sam?
Like the other meeting or a previous meeting that I had with a lawyer, Rosalie had no idea that there were 31 league operators that that they basically own Western BCA. She had no idea. Nobody explained it to her, yet the board had been in contact with her for over a year. So to pick and choose your questions and then present them to the lawyer, and then I'm trying to read into this presentation of the letter as the board is now saying that the board runs the whole show. Is that what you're trying to say, without changing the bylaws, without including the officers? And is that what you're trying to say, Lawrence? Is that what the presentation of her letter is supposed to mean?
So to start with, number one, when we were in the meeting, I told her that Western BCA is much like a co-op, right? A group of farmers, or in this case, leagues, that comprise one place to sell items, which is Western BCA tournaments. I'm absolutely not saying any of that, but what I am saying is, I'm not saying that the board is just going to take over and run the show and F all of you guys, and that's how we're going to do things, because that's not how I do business, number one. And I said it in the statement that I had read. My own opinion is that everybody's opinion here is valid and important, even if I don't agree with it. And I have said that since day one. Since you've met me, I've said that, right? We have a lot of offline conversations, and I don't necessarily agree with all of them, but we still have those conversations. And I'm always open, right? And I'm not trying to hide stuff. I'm trying to get things done and trying to move the process along. The current bylaws state that the board is in charge of everything. That's what the bylaws say. We've been doing things weird, right? When we spend $1,000 for sponsorship, or we spend $6,000 for a website, and then you send me a message that said the membership has to approve that. That seems kind of weird to me, right? Because it says that we're responsible for the day-to-day operations of the association. We, the board members, are responsible for that. That's our job, is to take care of the membership and do the best thing for the membership. Or we have meetings where we try to present items that really shouldn't be presented to the membership for a vote, and it gets derailed, right? And then it never happens, or it gets talked about in a roundabout way based on somebody's opinion. That it never happens with 48 people trying to take a vote on something. But what does have to get approved on by membership, right, is bylaw changes for sure, right? And anything that changes your rights as a voting member has to get changed.
Okay, so you're not answering my question though. Am I correct in reading between the lines that you're trying to use the letter from the lawyer and say that the board now runs Western BCA?
I'm not trying to use the letter to say that. I'm saying that that's what the letter says.
You're saying, okay, so do you expect that to happen from this meeting on, or even during this meeting?
I don't know. Do you want to continue to operate the association against the law?
Well, Bill has been checking into this for a while, and he's told us at a couple meetings we are operating outside the law. But now realize, if a lawyer is recognizing that you're operating outside the law, the lawyer should be telling you what sort of window you have to comply with the law. I have never seen anything from Rosalie.
Yes, there is no window.
Why do we need a window? I mean, wouldn't it be do it immediately?
Can I say, you need to do it immediately. If it's the law, we're breaking the law, we need to correct it.
Well,
I don't
no,
necessarily agree.
Rosalie
Let me speak, please. Can I speak, please? We have to be in compliance with the law as a nonprofit, period. I may not like what the board members, all of them, get to make all the decisions, but if that's the law, that's what we need to comply with, period. And
okay,
if we're
why
out,
wouldn't Rosalie say that you guys have to stop doing this? And she has a fiduciary responsibility as a lawyer to contact Oregon and say we are operating outside of the law. Did she do that?
Absolutely not. Absolutely
You have to take
not.
it with a little bit of a grain of salt there. Now, hold on, Bob. I'm trying to get to another point. So, Lawrence, if that's the case, then why didn't Rosalie, upon reading our bylaws, immediately say that, I don't need to help you guys rewrite the bylaws. Just go by these verbatim and take all of your traditions, precedents, and throw them out the window. They're gone. Just go by those bylaws. Because
the bylaws don't say that we were having the membership vote on everything.
Oh, okay. Well, the bylaws don't say that membership votes on everything. That's not in the bylaws.
You're right.
Okay, she doesn't know that. If nobody told her
us to just go by what is currently written.
If nobody told her what's been going on, she doesn't know. Right?
I'm sorry, one more time.
I said if you said in the meeting she reads the bylaws and makes changes to them, right? She doesn't know how our meetings operate. Is that right?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm sure she read our current bylaws, correct?
Yeah.
Current ones, yes. And if they're fine, then why didn't she say something like throw how you've been doing it right out the window and if you follow these bylaws and the ORS, you'll be fine. Why didn't she just say that instead of working with us on
Can I say something real quick?
Well, where in the bylaws does it say how we run the meeting specifically? It doesn't.
Can I say something real quick? It doesn't matter what we've done in the past. Our attorney is advising us to become in compliance so we can stay as a nonprofit organization. If we don't comply with the state of Oregon's requirements, they can come in and shut us down in a heartbeat. So she's advising us in that letter to change things. We need to change them. There's no reason to argue what happened in the past.
And let me say something. She was pretty clear that we're not the first people to do this. This is something that happens all the time. That people misunderstand this. The members, and we asked them. So if let's just say the members voted on the caps, for instance, is that okay? She goes, you can take their opinion, and they can advise you on what you need to do, but legally, the way it's written is it would go to the board for all things related to your tournament. Let's use that as an example. And I think the big piece that people are missing here is that we were looking for like $17,000 and wondering, where this was at and why we weren't receiving these league fees. And so we had to ask very pointed and direct questions of, is this allowed and what's allowed? And we also asked, what's the role of this person? What's the role of that person? And she told us what those were. The president's role, according to her, was to work with the board, and we would, we could assign them tasks, and they would do those things. But ultimately, the decision making falls on the 7 members of the board. That's why we're elected. I don't get to call my senator and go, "Hey, I don't like what you did. You can't. You said you'd pave this road. Now we don't get to do that." And our organization kind of operates, like Julie said, like a democracy, and like the lawyer said, like a democracy. So yeah, we can put this up on the website, we can send you a letter, but it is pretty clear, and we're not trying to do anything here, but we do need to right the ship and make it go the way it's supposed to go, because even though we did it wrong before, I go back to when I heard the meeting where Julie says, hey, the minutes weren't recorded properly. And as soon as we figured that out, bam, we started doing that properly, because the person before her didn't do it the right way. And so just because we've done it wrong for many years doesn't mean we need to keep doing it incorrectly. And that's basically what the attorney said. But we are not by any stretch of the imagination, the only people in Oregon that have this situation. That's all I have.
Chris, have you read the bylaws that I wrote?
Sam, I have read the bylaws, I've read the policies and procedures, and I'm not sure where you think that the voting members
that are not passed. Have you read those?
So Sam, Sam, just hold on a second. If I wasn't here in July 7th of 1996 when something was decided, I can only go by the piece of paper that's in front of me right now, the current piece of paper that we follow the rules of. You can write the Star Spangled Banner. I don't care. But I have to go by what's in front of me. And so that's what we're operating under. It's not a thing that's been in works for 2 years or 3 years, however long it's been. It's what is voted in right now. And we cannot change your right to vote, and we cannot dissolve the corporation without your approval. There's things that we cannot do as the board. The rest of it, day-to-day operations, putting on the tournament, those things fall on our duties, and they're clearly listed under the bylaws that are posted on our website. So to answer your question, I have not read the new ones. I have not got the ones from Bill. And frankly, until they're, gone through and passed by the board members or whoever has to pass them, then I'm going to continue to operate under the bylaws which are posted that I can see right now and today, including the same policies and procedures. And so somebody asked, about the 5-week thing, and the 5-week thing is in the resanctioning agreement with the league operators. It's in there. Within 5 weeks of starting a new session, you have to do it. And I'll tell, and Lawrence didn't mention it, but when we were looking into this stuff in July, there were several, not just one or two. There were several leagues that we had to collect fees from that had told us we don't have a league right now. And guess what? They had a league since the beginning of the year, and that wasn't okay. To just, you don't just get to kind of pay when you want to pay. There's rules to play in our sandbox, and one of those rules is after 5 weeks you pay. So we've been doing all these things, trying to make it right, and so it's not anything beyond that. So that's my answer to that.
And Sam, you keep asking about have we read the bylaws? The problem is the new bylaws have not been passed. They have not been brought to the membership in a way that was succinct and easy to understand and passed in any way. We do need to get that done because that's where we will discuss adding the officers to the board. One of the things Rosalie said that we could do or don't have to do, but the membership does have to vote on that. Those things do need to be done. But they haven't been brought to be done. Nothing that's a huge job, and it needs to be brought in pieces and succinctly and easy to understand. And that hasn't been done, whether it's been being worked on for years, but nothing has been done with it. But we have to do things correctly until that gets done.
Of course, I'm not saying anything to do anything otherwise of that. The point I'm trying to make is that I wrote those bylaws that gave the board complete autonomy. The board would increase from 7 to 11, which increases the officers. And what my biggest fear is right at the moment is that the presentation of the lawyer's letter, the board is going to finagle. Oh, and that brings up another question. The current board is going to finagle their way in and say that they can take over and make all the rules they want because of that letter, because that letter substantiates it. But that doesn't increase the number of board members. So we still have the same 4 that own the board currently making the decisions. And the other 3 are just sitting on their hands the whole time.
See, that's
I take exception to that, Sam.
Will not
I take exception to that too.
From 7 to 11. Good. Go ahead and take offense. It is offensive.
You are making such accusation. Oh.
The problem is perception.
Well, Sam, you're making,
and that's the wrong perception.
Okay. Well, I hope I'm wrong.
And Sam, you're trying to go against what the law says. Well, you just accused 3 of us of just sitting on our hands. And I can tell you that since I've been a board member, that is like the last thing that I've done. I said, I'm sorry, you're accusing 3 of us of sitting on our hands. And since I become a board member in May, that is absolutely the last thing that I have personally done, as I have absolutely not sat on my hands. There's things that I've helped put in motion because I saw some glaring problems financially, because I do run a business, and went, wait a second, this isn't cool. This isn't right. What can we do? And so to say that it's a 4-person board, that's not accurate, and that's not fair. And I respect your opinion, Sam, but you, Sam, are trying to override what the statutes say, what our current bylaws say, and that's not what one person is there to do. It's pretty clear what the current bylaws are.
That's not what I'm trying to do.
Sam, I am, because it's, you're coming off as saying we've got something up our sleeve, when in reality, if we want to, I mean, let's put it simply, if we want the Scotch caps to be this, and this, and the board says we're going to vote on that, or if we want to say, hey, we're going to coin flip or lag or shoot baskets as a tournament victor, we can do that because the production of the tournament falls on the board. We can assign Sam a task that says, hey, Sam, will you find out the best way we can comply with CSI rules to end the match, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But in reality, if the 7 of us sit down and go, dude, we're playing horse to see who wins this match, that is how it goes. You may not like it, you may not agree with it, but that is what the law says, and that's what our bylaws say. So if I'm misunderstanding you, correct me, but that's what I'm hearing you say.
Okay, yeah, you're completely misunderstanding me. I being a bylaws watchdog, you should know that I am adamant that we have to follow our current bylaws. I'm just making it very clear that I hope my reading between the lines is not taking place. I really do. And Chris, I voted for you because of your analytical abilities, and I was happy to put you on the board or be part of the group that put you on the board.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate it for that. Thank you.
Rob, Cameron.
So my understanding of our bylaws is exactly what our attorney said, that the board is charged with running this organization. I would hope and expect that those board members use all of the resources available, like committees, to get their work done. But as our bylaws are written, the board is charged, and I've challenged some of the board members with this, they are charged to run this organization. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Rob. And I said it in the little thing that I read. My own opinion is exactly that. I think everybody's should be heard. Nobody has said to me, nobody has implied it. Sam, nobody wants just to do things without asking people's opinions. Nobody wants that. It's not what we want. Elaine.
Yeah, couple things, well, more than a couple things, but I'll try and be brief. I like that you presented what the lawyer said, and it certainly makes things clear for all the members of the organization when you post that online. It will certainly make people understand, and no reference to anybody who's on the board, how much power the board has. And maybe we will find that more people are interested in what's going on with WBCA other than I pay my fee, I get qualified, and I play the tournament, right? So my second point is, I just have to say this, it seems a lot of times our meetings devolve into personal arguments, and I'd like to see a little less of that. And lastly, since the lawyer's memo tells us what the board's job is and what the president and vice president's job is, and I assume the secretary, even though Julie's on the board and the secretary. And maybe that's what you meant by the other three, Sam. I don't know the other three positions. But I'm wondering, like, to quell people's fears, do you have any big game plans, or are you just going to be operating as you have been operating, but within the rules of the Oregon code? And that's to the board members. If one or two of you want to speak to that, I think maybe people are sounding a little concerned right now. That's it.
So for me, I'll let everybody talk individually if they want to. For me, every day since day one, since I ran for the first board position down in Portland, sat next to Bob almost, it's not about, I don't want to do everything. It's not my goal. I don't want to run this association. I don't want that. I want good tournaments. I want to have a good time. I want to talk to people. I want to meet new people. Those are the priorities there, but we also want to operate within the law. And that was the thing when I first came in and first got on the board, it wasn't being ran correctly. I made a statement a long time ago in front of people, and I had said that based on military experience for me, my opinion was, and even arguing with Bill about it, was that the board of directors was in charge, the go-between was the officers, and then there was membership, and then membership was in charge of the board members. They were the ones that hired and fired us, and that's who we worked for, was for the membership. That's my goal. That's all I want.
Okay, and there was one more thing. Is it possible now that this letter will be out there, that at the next, like the agenda for the next board meeting could be posted so people know on our new website what the board is actually working on rather than at quarterly meetings? Throwing that out there.
If you would like to see the agenda, that's cool. I usually send it out about a week prior to the monthly meeting, and for sure. The things that I will redact from that, or obviously any disciplinary things that come up, or some forms of that. And that's really rare that happens, but
Sure.
Yeah, we can definitely include that for sure.
Yeah, I don't mean just for me, I just mean for every member could see it. Yeah.
No, yeah, for sure.
Okay, I just think that this whole thing will make people a little more calm.
I know. I appreciate it, Elaine. Thank you very much.
And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, we also post the minutes, correct?
Well, we're working on that. Somebody's been kind of behind. I have the minutes. They're sitting here. They're done. They could be posted. They just haven't been because we've been Pat and I have been doing database entry stuff for the last month and a half.
Okay, cool.
Harvey, Stanley.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. I might have an unpopular opinion, but there seems to be a lot of that in this organization. So I don't necessarily think I need to vote on everything. I don't really understand. I mean, the way this organization functions, I've never seen another organization, nonprofit, for-profit, B Corp. I've never seen another organization function this way. And I think that it's because I agree with the lawyer that the board has fiduciary responsibility. They're liable. They're in charge. They're elected by the members, and they are supposed to be electing officials, whether that's one official, an executive director, or multiple officials that are getting the day-to-day job done. And my role as a player rep and as a player is, if I think they're doing a good job, then I'm good with it. Otherwise, I can voice my opinion in the meetings and potentially have the board of directors replaced. But my first and foremost purpose for this organization is to go to a tournament and to enjoy the tournament. And if the tournament is being run correctly, then I'm happy. So I don't need to vote on everything. I don't need to throw my opinion out. And I think 95% of the time in these meetings are arguing about whether decisions should be made by the members that don't need to be made. I think if the board is responsible financially for those decisions and they want to spend $6,000 on a web development or whatever, they have every right to do that. And because I'm not liable as a member, as a player rep, I'm not liable for that. So I understand that changing our traditions and the way we've done things is going to be hard, and there's a lot of relational issues between board members and between everybody. Everybody has these relational conflicts that are going to interfere with that. But unwinding this organization from the traditions we've been doing and having it run more appropriately like an actual organization that provides a really quality tournament and gets things done is going to require following what the lawyer has actually asked us to follow. And the bylaws are fine, but we can give nuances to what we want members to be able to vote for. But like I said, my unpopular opinion is that I don't want and need to vote on every tiny little thing. That is the role of the executives that are hired by the board, and I control the board. So that's my opinion on the structure. And yeah.
Thank you. Bob.
Yeah, I'd like to, people that know me, I tell it like it is, good, bad, or indifferent. But I had the pleasure of having Harvey Stanley on our competition committee. And I'm telling you, this guy needs to be looked at. He's smart. He's compassionate. I'm telling you, I hope he runs for the board someday. He really is that good. He's run a small business a few times, but I'm telling you, this guy is good. He should run for the board if he has time, period. Thank you.
Can we hear more about the $17,000?
No, it's taken care of.
Well, okay, are we missing $17,000 over a 10-year period or over a 2-week period? Can I ask that?
I think it was a year.
Okay, Ed, I think that's a...
I don't think it was
okay,
missing.
Ed, I think that's...
Go ahead, Mike.
No, that's okay. If that's your attitude about people wanting to know where the money is, I guess that's fine, Ed.
I've been on the board for, 16 or 17 out of the last 18 years. And way back when Andrew Monstus and Steve Marker and Bill Henderson, this is what we were trying to do then. Exactly what this lawyer is telling us to do. And for some reason, we haven't done it. And now we're gonna do it. We're not trying to change anybody's roles. I don't want anything to change from the way it's going on right now, except for, you know, basically just getting your fees in on time. That's basically what this whole thing was about. And our sessions of 2-hour conversations, 3-hour conversations over silly things like caps and arguing about which divisions are going to do this and which divisions are going to do that. These decisions need to be made by the people that you elect. If you don't like the decisions that they're making, then elect new people. That's all I got.
Thanks, Ed.
Julie, I think you're the last one.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to what Elaine was asking and a few other things. First of all, Harvey, thank you for your words. I appreciate them. I wholeheartedly agree. We have been running dysfunctionally, and it's just about trying to get that under control. I have no interest in trying to take over the organization, and I am very offended by the 4 people are running everything, because that's not the case. I've been involved since 2010 as secretary, and I'm an honest person, and I say what I think, and I'm not sneaky, so I don't appreciate the underhanded accusations. But we do need to get to where we are running functionally and we are running like a business. And there are a lot of things that have been going on, quite frankly. The $17,000, Mike, it was leagues not paying their fees on time, and we had no way to check. We have no way to do a cross check on that. That's ridiculous. That's unimaginable to me. And it came up this year because I never understood that it wasn't happening. So there's these little things that are happening that nobody even knows are happening, and we've got to get them under control. And yes, coming to the meetings, back in the day in 2010, there were 15 people that came to our meetings. For the first 8-9 years I was involved, it was 15 to 20 people all discussing it and figuring it out. Now we have 46, 60, 80 people coming, and you cannot make all of these little decisions with that many people. Look at the arguments we're having already over little things that have come up in this meeting. So we do need to get where we are running in a functional fashion. And like I said, I am all for all of my votes being out there. You can see how I vote on things. So you can see if I'm trying to be sneaky or if I'm trying to take things over. But, and we need to do that. And I'm all for that. But you elected a board. The board is elected, and we need to be able to be the board and do our job. And as far as the officers, we need to get the bylaws voted on so the membership can decide if we want to have a board of 9 people or 7 people or whatever. But unfortunately, that has not been brought. This has been being worked on for how many years, and nothing concrete has been brought to the membership to make those changes. But as far as I'm concerned, no, I have no interest in taking over or inserting my personal agenda or anything else. I just want to continue what I'm doing, and I have been doing for 15 years.
My chairman of the board statement is now concluded.
Okay.
Thanks, Bill.
I had to put my 2 cents worth in.
So are we moving on to the next committee?
Please.
So on to committees. I don't have my list in front of me because I just got home. So if somebody can tell me what the first committee is, and go ahead with that.
Okay, I'll run with it. It's tournament committee on the first one on the list. So first, I want to jump in and read our mission statement to everybody. So the Western BCA Pool Players Association was formed in 1995 as a not-for-profit players association and has since evolved into a non-profit Oregon-based corporation for member leagues. Among its goals and purposes are to promote the sport of billiards in the Pacific Northwest, to provide Western BCA pool players with the opportunity to play in a well-run, well-officiated competitive regional pool tournaments, to showcase billiards to the general public and the pool playing community, and to provide its pool players with access to Western BCA tournament rules, policies, pool etiquette, and to update as needed all policies and procedures as the association evolves. So I just wanted to start off with that, and then I'll roll into the message from the tournament committee. So the tournament committee extends its sincere appreciation to all who have taken time to attend today's meeting and demonstrate their support for Western BCA. Your participation reflects a shared commitment to the ongoing success of our organization and the community we continue to build together. We acknowledge that changes, particularly structural ones, can present challenges and create uncertainty. However, we also recognize that our player base expects Western BCA to deliver the highest quality tournaments in the region. In order to meet those expectations, we must be willing to adapt as the sport evolves. Shifts in Fargo ratings and rising skill levels across the board have led us to reevaluate the structure and flow of our events. Over the past several months, the tournament committee has engaged in detailed discussions focused on enhancing the tournament experience while maintaining the competitive and enjoyable environment that defines Western BCA events. Though not every issue has been resolved, we have taken meaningful steps forward. These include some difficult but necessary decisions that we believe will help shape a stronger path ahead. We understand that recent adjustments have generated a range of responses from concern to optimism. Such reactions are understandable, and we value the constructive feedback shared by players at all levels. Input from the membership plays a vital role in guiding our progress. One key change involves a modification to the top or elite division. After analyzing participation data and collaborating with our tournament direction partner, Bad Boys, the committee opted to restructure the division to better support all players and encourage broader competition. This adjustment is intended to create opportunities for growth and introduce fresh dynamics into the divisions. To clarify, the tournament committee did not specifically consult the competition committee on this specific change, as we were tasked directly with implementing Fargo-based division splits. Since the top division or elite operates with a Fargo cap, without a Fargo cap, this decision fell within our designated scope. It was made based on data, strategic discussion, and alignment with our broader goals. This change not only impacts the highest division, but provides a shift in skill level for all other divisions as well. This decision is not centered around individual players or personal preferences. The committee is composed of members representing a wide range of playing levels and perspectives, and all decisions are guided by a collective commitment to improve the tournament experience for the entire community. Additionally, we are presenting a proposal for increased division flexibility to the board outlined in the meeting agenda. We believe this proposal offers a constructive step forward that aligns with the Western BCA values and future direction. The tournament committee consists of 7 members, 4 of whom also serve on the board. These individuals were elected by the membership to carry out this responsibility, and your continued trust is central to the work we do. Our objective remains clear: to enhance the Western BCA experience through thoughtful, inclusive, and forward-looking decisions. Thank you for your ongoing support and engagement. We look forward to continuing our progress together. Thank you.
Tammy has her hand up.
Who is all on the tournament committee, please?
The tournament committee consists of myself, Jackson McDonald, Chris Nordling, Ed Slade, Dave Chavez, Autumn Frampton, Michael Deichman, and Vic Albertson. Bill Henderson.
Is your committee responsible for dividing the divisions and deciding where the splits will be between the elite and the divisional singles?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I recently ran into Mike Stevens, who probably many of you know, down in Oregon, and just happened to run into him, and he plans on playing the tournament this time. And he had a suggestion, and I thought was a fairly good one, is that when you divide the elite and the divisional singles, you decide how many people you want to play in the elite event, like a bracket of 32, 48, 64, whatever it happens to be. And everybody else would be in the division, stay in the divisionals. And I further thought about the money, because everybody sends in their money for divisional singles and or elite singles. And if hardly anybody in the lower part of the elite singles gets in the money, why not just have that divisional singles entry that they put in be their entry into the elite singles?
Yep,
And
that
so
was,
you would have.
discussed.
Go ahead.
That was all discussed in the tournament committee.
Okay.
I
You
actually
decided to
talked to
go
him as well. So,
but you decided to go with a Fargo limit on the elite then?
yes, in the committee, we had two different options. What you're describing is one. The other one was a reduction to 600. And overall, the committee voted a 5-2 in favor of the lowering of the Fargo cap.
Okay.
And the minutes also should be available once we are able to get them on the website. The secretary and the president have those minutes.
And Bob's hands up.
Okay, I don't agree with Jackson in all due respect. I'm the competition committee chair. It says in section 3 of the bylaws that are on the internet right now. Let me find that word. To provide pool players well-run, well-officiated and competitive regional pool tournaments. Competitive regional pool tournaments, period. As a competition committee chair, let me find this other thing. My first thing was to make sure everything is competitive. As Jackson stated, the competition committee had asked or advised of lowering it to 600. It's in my opinion, you do all these divisionals, you do 50 to 60 points, at least it's done in the past that way. And all of a sudden now you want to raise it to where a 600 player could possibly play a 722 player. That's 122 points. That is not competitive. And it's my job to see things that are competitive, not the tournament director's job. It's mine. I wasn't even asked about it. I have documents that we were going to look at later in my argument that shows since 2018, there have only been 2 players that were under 625 that got in the money. And one was a 623 and the other one was, I think, 621. And they were older players that at the time they got in the money, they were probably over 625. Yeah. So when you put the 600 to 624 in, they're gonna get beat up. That's all that's gonna happen. And when you start to think that these guys were in the top third of their division is now going to be at the bottom with little or no chance to even get into money, I can see a lot of them saying I'm not coming. So, but we'll talk about that a little bit later in more detail. Thank you.
So to answer your comment regarding the tournament committee not consulting the competition committee, we also have Ed Slade on the committee, who is also on the competition committee and has been for a number of years. I also have a ton of data from my term as competition committee chair that we all talked about and reviewed, as well as with Rick Jones with Bad Boys. So we had a ton of data, at our fingertips and a ton of knowledge. So that's why we didn't consult you specifically, Bob, as the competition committee chair.
But Jackson, did you have the information I sent you that everybody can look at that sees that in 10 ball, nobody under 600, 625, with the exception of 2 people who were over 625 when they did it, has ever gotten the money? And you've got 64 players here that are elite and above. And as you will see in more detail as we go through this, that fewer and fewer and fewer return to play. Well, why is that? These guys are 625 and better. Well, it's because they can't win. So you see players 625, 630, 640, they're not coming back because they don't think they can win the tournament. And so what are you going to do now? Well, you're going to take a bunch of even lesser skilled players and have them play in the elite. It's really ridiculous to me. And my data shows, as you can see in the paperwork, again, 2 people under 625 who were probably over 625 when they played and gotten the money, because it was several years ago. With the exception of those 2, I have the data. I looked every bit of this up. It took me 10, 12 hours. I have it from 2015. That's real data. That's not made up crap. And as you can see in the 10 ball.
You said probably.
No, I have it.
No,
I said
said probably were. Were they or weren't they?
Well, John Daughtery, due to age, isn't good as he used to be, but he used to be 670 or better. Ed will verify that. Joe Tamara, he got 7th, 8th when he was a 622. Those are the only 2 players since 2018 have gotten the money that were under 625. And again, I don't have proof that they were, but I'll bet you a ton that John Daughtery certainly was. And Joe, I think Ed will agree that he was probably over 625 in 2018. These guys are getting older. John Daughtery was clearly a 670 or better. And I think Ed will confirm that from what they were. I was a 660 or 662 in 2015 when I was runner-up in the Masters tournament and I lost to Lingelbach. I'm now a 620. So as you age, you're not as good, period. Except for Stan Tarango. Guy's amazing. But anyway, so lower it to 620 then, since there's been 2 out of what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years, and they were over. I'll bet you they were over 625 when they entered. So it's not competitive. Period.
Can we get a point of order? This is a tournament committee report, and this is an agenda item, Bob. I'd love to discuss this with you, but we could move on and have a discussion a little bit. So
let me say this, and I'll shut up. He's arguing his point of what he did. The point of order was I was supposed to be up to discuss things first in regards to arguments and why I want to.
Just to be clear.
And now he's second. So that's all right.
This is a team. The tournament.
No, all I'm saying is that this is.
Go ahead. I'll shut up. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jackson.
Well, it's a tournament committee report, so I'm happy to discuss your agenda item when that comes up. So sorry, let's just get back.
Yep, my report's over.
Thank you, Jackson. Competition committee, Bob, go ahead. Report.
I have nothing to say right now, and we want to save time since it's getting late. I'll show my argument at time during the time.
Sure.
But for right now, let's move on.
Thank you. Promotion sponsor committee, Nikki.
Great. Okay, so let's pull that up real fast. First, if I was out of line when I had said something about league operators or Tammy or whatever, I'm not meaning to cause any problems at all. I think that Tammy does a really fantastic job. And if it came across wrong, I am sincerely sorry. And I want to make sure to say that because I do appreciate all the stuff that you do, Tammy. Now on to the committee report with the sponsors. So last year, now I'm losing my train of thought on how, I think it was like $14,000 that we had brought in. And this is going towards recordings and it's going towards payouts back. And so my goal, and I believe the goal of the whole sponsorship committee is what can we bring in so we can give payouts money. Also, that we are making sure that we're paying for the streaming. So people that get to go to this event, their stuff is being recorded and they can show it off to their families. And that not in turn, not only the players get to show off to their family, them being able to play, but also that's going to bring more publicity to the sport and hopefully more people. And they see that it's not just a drinking game that people do at the bar, that this is a more prestigious event. So far this year for the 9-ball event, we have $4,500 confirmed. The Brutel's, the Glass Company, Savage, Mucci, Wolfpack Services, and Roadhouse Billiards have all committed that they want to be sponsors. So if you guys know anybody that wants to be a sponsor or you're thinking may have committed already, to let them know. We're trying to be done with collecting all the sponsors by the end of this month. That way we have time to have the Fun Day flyer all out and printed and done. So we're not trying to get that printed when we're there. So we're trying to have all the sponsorship finished by the end of August. And then on to the Raw. So with the Hannah Cup, I think we would have brought this up at a meeting, but we didn't know. So we didn't even have the opportunity to sponsor this until the last minute. One of Raw's bigger sponsors backed out and he had mentioned how he was down money. Do we want to be able to sponsor this? And so it was kind of a last minute thing where we got a hold of every single person that was on the board and the officers to let them know, hey, this is what we're thinking about doing. Do you guys want to do this? And it was, I don't think that anyone said no. I don't have those exact numbers, but I'm pretty sure that nobody said no about doing it. And then who pays for it? Well, we said, well, sponsorship could pay for it because really the more Raw makes us a commercial that would cost us a couple $1,000s to have made. He does it for free. He markets for us. He comes to all the meetings to get sponsors. Last year, he was even getting sponsors that were going on the Evo Sports stuff. So things that didn't benefit Raw at all that he does because he thinks it's the right thing to do for Western BCA. To me, that is why we wanted, for one, we want to be contributing to the sport, but also that it helps us. So if we didn't call it, maybe we don't call it sponsorship, maybe we call it advertising, because a lot of people, when they sponsor us, they're going to call it advertising on their books. So because it really is advertising. So we're going to be advertising for the whole year on all of the Hannah stuff, as well as I do think the more that Raw Hannah does stuff with us, the more that it looks good for Western BCA. And then let's see if there's any other things on here about that. I think that's it. Does anybody have any questions for me about the sponsorship stuff? Oh, Tammy, yes.
You know, I really appreciate all the sponsorship you've done. First question is, who's on the committee? Second question is I know you're putting a lot of the stuff out there when you get new sponsorship. Could you be a little more direct on, are they sponsoring the streaming? Are they sponsoring a Fun Day event? Are they just adding money to our tournament? I think for just broad information, the membership would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, great. I'm glad that you're mentioning that. Okay, so the glasses, the Bratellis, they are a product sponsor. And I don't know if everybody wants to know the exact amount, but I could say, and I'm not really sure about that part of it. So I'm going to hold off on that.
No, I'm not saying the amount, but I'm
Okay.
saying, okay, yeah, the glasses people are sponsoring a fun day event.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to
XYZ
go
is
through that list.
sponsoring XYZ.
Okay, Savage is sponsoring the ring game, and the glasses company Bratellis are a product sponsor, so they're the only ones that can sell glasses. And Mucci is an Evo Sport sponsor. Wolfpack Services, they're a product sponsor. And Roadhouse Billiards is a on the wire sponsor. And those are the ones that we have so far right now.
So a product sponsor, is that going into the tournament? Is it going into a general fund, slush fund for the tournament, or is it going into a specific event? And the ring game was that ever set up as a Western BCA event? Thank you.
Okay, well, let's see. Most all of the money goes into a fund that Sue, I believe it's Sue, Tammy, and Camitha figure out how it's going to be redistributed back out. And the only one that isn't is the Savage, the $1,000 that goes into the ring game. And the big thing with the ring game is the people that are giving money to this, they want to know how many eyeballs are going to see their advertisement. And so, and the ring game gets a lot of views, a lot. And so making sure that we're keeping those sponsors, keeping those numbers high, because that is going to in turn bring in more sponsorship. And the more sponsorship we have, the more that it's going to trickle down into payouts, is my view on it. And then I don't know about the what is official games. I don't know. Somebody else probably knows about that. Anybody else want to jump in on that piece of it?
It's essentially all membership money that comes in that gets distributed how it needs to. So whether it goes to prize fund or paying our bills, whatever it is, it's brought in as membership dollars and it goes back out as membership dollars.
Thank you.
And then to add to who's on the committee, Nikki
sorry.
is the chair, Jackson McDonald, Ed Slade, Aaron Sullivan, and Sue Ledger.
Yep. And Raw Hanna joins us quite a bit to help give his expertise. And Tony Bloom has also jumped in to help us. So we've gotten a lot of really good help.
They have both been awesome too. Tony and Raw have been awesome.
Instrumental in what we're doing.
Teaching us a lot, us dumb carpenters, how to con people out of money.
Well, and I think that we're learning like how to approach people, because we're asking them for a lot of money. Most everything is $1,000 or more money at one time. So learning how and what's in it for them. Why do they want to sponsor? That they're really advertising their business. And so how to do that. So we're getting a lot of practice with that.
Nikki, we'll also have Diamond in there for at least 1,000. I'm trying to get more out of them, but at least 1,000.
Nice job, Ed. Okay, so Tammy, was there any more questions or do we move on? We got Chris and Sam left.
No, that's all my questions. Thank you very much, and really good job to the sponsorship group.
Thanks for your questions, Tammy. Chris.
Great job, team. One quick question: isn't Wolf? I'm gonna say, is it Wolfpack? Is that Deepak, our website guy? He's sponsoring our event back to us, right? Like he's sponsoring the event as well. So is that correct? That's Wolfpack Services.
Yeah, what Wolfpack is doing is he's trading us, so we're not going to see any money from Wolfpack services, but instead, when you go to Western BCA in that first page that says, do you want YouTube videos? Do you want Raw? Do you want Hannah? How do you want to quickly find your match that you're getting ready to play? And you don't have to look in all these different places. That one page is Deepak's like signature of what he has that he sells that service. So during the events, we get that service that we get to share with all of our players in exchange for we're going to advertise him.
Absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you. Sam.
Yes. Congratulations. You guys are doing great work. Is the YouTube channel part of the promotional committee? I almost forgot all about it.
That's part of the media committee, but we're excited about it.
That's a Lawrence. I think that's Lawrence is going to talk about that. That's brand new too.
Lawrence is on the promotional committee.
Media committee.
Communications and Technology Committee.
Sorry. Okay. Well, congratulations anyway to the entire committee. It's what you guys are doing great work. I'll wait for the media committee.
Okay. Anybody else on the sponsorship questions, or am I gonna think I'm pretty well? No hands are up. So I think it's back to you guys.
I wanted to kind of go back to one thing, all the way back to the board report. And Lawrence, one of the things we forgot to talk about is the new contract with Evo Sports.
Oh yeah, I forgot it. Yeah, I did. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Okay. So for everybody out there, we renewed our contract with Evo Sports. They've been doing great for us. They've provided a great service, and we have since decided to move forward with an additional 2 tables. So now we will have 8 Evo Sports tables and 2 On the Wire Creative Media tables. And they, again, they did great for us, and so we're paying $200 above and beyond our original contract for those additional 2 tables. So it's a total of $3,200.
And we voted on that, so there's probably a way of how we voted too.
That is correct. Should be in our meeting minutes.
Thank you, Nikki. And Jackson. Okay, next is media and website committee.
Yeah. So much stuff to talk about. I got all the long things. Thanks, Tammy. First, it's screen share time again. I know you guys love this. All right. Live stream that Nikki was talking about takes you to the tournament live stream page. This is that portion of that where Wolfpack Services has a really cool feature that anytime a event shows up on YouTube that has the tag of Western BCA in it or something of that effect, it automatically comes to this page. Our sponsors are all running across the top here for that. That's pretty cool, right? It's right on the front page, and that's going to go there. We're going to get a new look front page only from Wolfpack. That's coming up. The biggest piece, and please give a huge round of applause for Pat, your tournament registrar. This lady is amazing. For those of you that haven't seen it yet, when you get to your login on the page here, you'll have your dashboard. It shows your league ID, your paid status, your Fargo rate, robustness, CSI number, your weeks played. We have some little things here on the front, some links, etc., etc. You can go up here to the top. You can go to your profile. You'll see it. You have the option to edit it, change some items, some things you can't change for reasons. Okay. What you don't see in the background is this, which is all the members of Western BCA. It shows 6,933 at the bottom. And there's a lot more that aren't in there.
1,593.
Yeah, thanks, Pat. I was gonna pull it up, but I knew you'd have it off the top of your head. There's 1,593 more to put in there that haven't created profiles yet. Here's what we got. When we got rid of the other company that was doing our website stuff, and we picked up Deepak, he sent us over a database, and that database was already existing with players in it. However, nothing was updated since 2003, but he sent it over just after the last tournament, which is kind of weird to me. And when I say nothing was updated, I mean, like, if you look at somebody's record, it'll have their pay date on there. Everything said 2023 on it. I don't know why that was defaulted to that. Some people were in the wrong leagues, et cetera, et cetera. It was a mess. His team created this the way this looks here. We can search it by league. We can search it by a player's role. We can search it. And when I say we, I mean the administrative people. Paid, unpaid status, member status, all those things. The number at the bottom of the screen says 6,933. There's a bunch of duplicates. We didn't delete those. We kept those in there for a reason, so that later on, if somebody either comes back, there's inactives and duplicates, somebody comes back, wants to get in, whatever they can. For the last, Pat, was it 3 months now?
Yeah.
Yeah, the last 3 months, Pat has been working tirelessly with a little bit of help from me of updating every single player in the database. We're almost done. I am the last piece of the puzzle. I have to get Cherry City's paid dates in there. Sorry for them, but I'm working on it. But then that whole portion of that will be done. And that leads us into event registration. This is the new event registration portion. When you guys sign in, you'll see dashboard and you'll see event registration. Okay. You'll click sign up. You'll be able to select the division you're signing up for. Like singles, the division type. Then you can come in here and put in your player name. Some people that have uncommon names may have to search through a list a little bit longer than other ones. Like John Smith is going to take more effort to find your name than my little name. You'll check your eligibility. I'm already registered because we did some testing. That's that option. The same thing with Scotch. So when you go to Scotch to register, you'll have Jack and Jill 9 ball 800 and below, Jack and Jill 9 ball 900 and below, Jack and Jill 9 ball 1000 and below, gender neutral 9 ball, and gender neutral 10 ball. And it has the caps on there as well. You can select that. You don't need a team name because those are automatically generated. There's a nice little note in here that says players must have 200 Fargo robustness to play with players outside of their league. You put in their name for both of those, right? For the Scotch double requirement, when you look at it, it shows you that first screen that says you selected a Jack and Jill league, but also down here it says male player and female player. The hope is to prevent somebody from signing up as a male team like happened in Platinum Scotch, right? Last time?
Yep, and gold.
And gold, yep. So we can prevent that from happening. The other cool feature is teams. When you select your division, you put your team name in. You come down here, put your first player in. We always like to use Bill because he was, he's league operator for them. Ed's not in here. Good move. I'm just kidding. He is.
He's probably not qualified.
No, he's qualified. I'm just kidding. So we do all that. We check their eligibilities to make sure that they're good. Hopefully they all turn green, and Pat and I did a good job today, right? Except for it tells you that your cap has to be under 1,550 because it knows that. It'll calculate for that and account for it. So now you know that you can't play with those three people in the same team. The same thing would happen also if you tried to put in like this guy down here who's currently beating up people down south. It's going to tell you that alternate player must have a lower Fargo rating than the main player. So you can't try to stack all your low players and throw a high player in as your alternate. It doesn't allow you to do that with the system. Okay. Eventually, once you get it, you'll go to a cart. It'll open up our screen. It'll have the option to do ACH or Let me show you what it looks like so that way we can't worry about it. I'm not signing you up, Larry Leach. Sorry.
You can back out of it before you send it.
I know, yeah, I know. I just want to show everybody. So we'll have the option to proceed to checkout. You can either select pay via card here, which you'll have to pay the fee, or pay via ACH. You can just go to the checkout. It opens up a new screen. Once you pay, it brings you back to the current screen. So that portion of that is pretty nice. And it works pretty well. They've done a really great job of doing all these things. While I'm running through that, and I forgot to mention the team members, myself, Elaine Eberly, Chris Robbins, Nancy Ann Kennedy, Shirley Morgan, Sophia Tran, Tracy Self. We've had one meeting together. It was more of like a get together meeting, just because this whole portion of things that we've been working on here is more like I meet with Deepak every Thursday. We sit down for about an hour. That time is, he doesn't charge us for that time at all. That's just, and usually the meetings are like 2 hours at that point. But we go through stuff and figure out what's wrong and what's right, how to make it better, and talk through things. And it's an ongoing process. Julie and Tammy are invited to those meetings as well. But I know they're both busy, and sometimes they don't show and sometimes they do. So that's great. Yeah, there's that portion of it. For us tournament registry people who are looking at things, we get to see who's signed up for events. Right? There's another piece coming shortly after this, which is member signups. We'll be able to look at member signups and people who have signed up and requested access to things so that we can decide, yeah, they're a member of Western BCA, or the random guy in Michigan that thinks that Western BCA is BCAPL and wants to get on our screen can do that. Those kind of things. Okay. That's what we've been working on for the last 3 months. And then the YouTube channel that Sam mentioned, that was a creation because, let me stop sharing my screen. That portion of it was a request from Pat and a request from Deepak, so that, oh, I say Pat, I mean Pat Nix, Evo Sports guys, so we can get our stuff streamed to that platform and have it there. It also gives us an option to have meetings posted there, et cetera, and so on and so forth, which makes it one central location. Bob, hands up.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is amazing what you just shown us. Absolutely amazing. And good work for your team and the software guy. Unbelievable. That is amazing. I'm shocked at it, but what a great deal here you guys created. So thank you.
Yeah, it's all Deepak, man. That website stuff is all him.
Amazing.
Amazing. It's doing amazing. And
Yeah,
again,
it is.
Pat is amazing, and I can't not say it enough. Thank you, Tammy, for making her the tournament registrar. Thank you, Pat, for all the sleepless nights with your cats you put in. I appreciate you 100%, and you'll never know it. So,
Well,
Well,
and
thank
don't
you for your
underplay
help.
how much you've put into this as well.
Exactly.
I'm not that guy.
Great job, team. That's great. Great.
Rose,
What was I doing? Oh.
hi.
Well, I'm getting like, anyway, I noticed on that, spreadsheet thing that there was addresses being shown, mailing addresses. Is that shown to everybody when they sign up, or is that private?
No, that was the dashboard page. That's my personal thing that has my address on it. And
Right.
even on the front page, oh, are you talking about? Oh, I think I know. Here, let me share. Let me make sure I know what you're talking about, so that we're not confused.
The
I think
members
she's
page
talking about
shows.
the profile, Lawrence.
Yeah, the
No.
members page.
Yeah. I got it. You're talking about this page here that has addresses on it, Rose?
I want to know if somebody was to go out there.
So
Like Chris Lawson shows 401 North, yada yada. You got, I can't see all of it.
yeah, no, you can't.
Is that going to be shown to everybody, or
No, the only people that can see this screen is the admins, which is myself, Elaine. I'm not Elaine. I mean, Pat.
Oh, okay.
Here's your list. It's Tammy, Sue, Jackson, myself, and Pat.
Lawrence,
This is Deepak.
I'm sorry.
No.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I just wanted to jump in real quick. Well,
Yeah.
the idea here is to, eventually like get everyone to help with what they are supposed to do help with. So the access on this is driven by your role. And if you're a division manager, you're supposed to be taking care of marking your players as paid and pay for them, right? Or the league operator. So you'll only be able to see these details for for your league, knowing that you would have gotten those rosters in the first place, right?
Yeah, they're supposed to send their rosters in, yes.
Yeah.
Right. So in addition to the admins that Lawrence is talking about, your league operators and division managers would also have access to this.
Really?
Just wanted to throw that in.
But not a random player can't see it.
Yes, no. And I don't know if it's my turn or not. I wanted to piggyback on what Julie was saying. It's been absolutely fantastic to work with Lawrence. I think one of the most important things about him is he understands it all. I don't know if you guys know, but he's been updating the homepage of the website since we were busy focused on working on the member side of things. So I would definitely thank Lawrence, Pat, and everyone else who has spent tons and tons of time getting the data right. So thank you so much, Lawrence.
Yeah. Thanks, Deepak.
Hey, I
Was there any?
just
Go ahead.
want to clarify one thing. If I was to go out and register my name for the tournament, and I pull up my name, and it's under the PCL, is anybody else's name going to be shown in that register besides myself?
For you, I don't know if you're a league operator. If you should be marked as a league operator, you'd be able to see it. But like anybody else in PCL doesn't have that access to it. Only certain people have access to that screen that I showed you, and Deepak clarified with me, and I'm sorry. It's like league operators, division managers, and admins.
I think, Lawrence, what she's talking about when you are trying to register for an event. So her question is like, when I'm searching for a player name. So for you, like when you're searching for a player name, you can search for them using one of 4 fields. One, you can search based on Fargo. If you know the exact Fargo of someone, you enter that Fargo in, it's going to pull up all the players with that Fargo. You can obviously search using their first name or last name. And you can also search using their league ID. So to your point, if you're trying to search someone within the league, you just put their league ID in and it'll pull up all the players in that league.
Okay, but it's not the player's name so much. I want to know about addresses and stuff like that. Personal addresses, are they going to be shown?
No.
Okay, that's what I'm just concerned about.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, I probably wasn't explaining it correctly, or asking the question correctly, because I think that's personal information that nobody else should be seeing.
Right. No, we agreed. We agreed with that too. And that's why we're trying to. I should have explained it a little better earlier, and it's my fault.
No, it's not your fault. I saw it there, that's why I asked.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I've had members ask me the same question, is that going to be visible? And I said, the only people, as a player, the only people that can see that is the player themselves or the admin and their league operators. So, yeah, they're all concerned about giving out personal information.
Right. All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Jackson.
Yeah, so I wanted to kind of jump on the YouTube page, the Western BCA YouTube page, and kind of get everybody here to get the word out that we need as many subscriptions. We need 1,000 subscribers to that channel in order to be able to successfully send all of the videos to the channel. If we don't have 1,000, we can only send 15 per day. But if we have over 1,000 subscribers, we can send as many as we want per day. So it's very important that everybody gets the word out. We currently have 100 as of today. So it was good. It was like 77 in the first 5 hours. And then, here we are, I think 4 days later, and we've got 100. So we need to keep making moves on getting people to subscribe to that. And, in order to, kind of pull off one of the things that we're trying to do, which is upload more than 15 videos a day. Because with just Evo Sports and 8 tables, we'll be uploading at least 40 videos a day. So very important that we all jump on there, we all subscribe. It's really no more than that. Plus, we're, if anybody's gone there and looked at it, Lawrence has uploaded the board meetings and things like that. So
not board meetings.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, membership meetings. Yeah, so just great stuff. It'll be a great location to go access everything, and you can get to it from our website.
Can I poke my nose in here for a minute? Would it be possible on the registration site, since registrations are going to be opening soon, to just put a little note there? Make sure you sign up on our YouTube or subscribe on our YouTube channel to watch all your videos from the tournament.
Yes, I was thinking about the same, Pat. Yeah, Lawrence, if you don't mind submitting a ticket, we can work on that.
Yep, I'll do it now.
That would be awesome. Thank you. Great suggestion, Pat.
Somebody say who's next while I'm working on this.
Harvey.
Yeah, I just was curious, and maybe you'd mentioned it, but on the front end side of things, I know Deepak likes to work with very specific timelines and scheduling, and so do we have some sort of a potential date on when we're going to work on the front end and roll out a new look for the website and reorganize those pages? Is my first question.
Yes, Deepak is actually working on a new front page, a temporary front page. We have discussed that recently, and that's going to be rolling out real soon. And then the organization of those pages will be better. We're working on it hard.
Awesome. And then my second question is, I'm on the competition committee, and one of the struggles we've had, not pointed at anybody specific, but one of the struggles we've had is data management and getting tournament data, organized tournament data, accurate tournament data that isn't riddled with errors. Are we planning to utilize sort of the functionality that Deepak's working to post results and to basically manage and maintain the archives of all of our tournament history and data so that it's easily used for whatever needs we have?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about it because the tournament results aren't ran through that portion of it. I mean, I get what you're saying, and it's a really good idea, and I'm just trying to think of a way to implement it. And if you have a way, that's even better than if you can help me.
Yeah, and I think Deepak would probably have good insights on that. And even if it's a future implementation, I just was curious because it seems to me the organization's struggling with data management, and I think Deepak could be a good resource for that potentially. So he might have some ideas, but I think that would be a huge strength to the organization for all of our committees to be able to make better decisions.
And if I can jump in real quick, thanks for bringing this up, Harvey. One of the things why we have the media and website committee now, and I mean, I heard about the people in the committee today, but the goal is for everyone to pitch in and tell us what is it that would be needed for their committees to function better in terms of data or changes to the website and whatnot. And then the Thursday meeting that we talked about, that Lawrence and me primarily are on, is where we do the prioritization of what needs to be done and when. So I think the first step to that is getting those list of things or a backlog of items, having a channel in place so that it gets to that prioritization meeting. And then from there on, I guess Lawrence and I and the rest of the people involved can look at the timelines and the importance and get started on that. But yes, there is opportunity to save all this data, archive it, and do analytics to be able to use it for future decision making. And you can also show those dashboards. So definitely opportunity there, but just have to work on the prioritization and how do we get these requests in.
Elaine.
Hello, I'm pressing the button.
You muted yourself again. You were unmuted a second ago.
Oh,
There
I
you go.
did. Okay.
Hi.
So you probably heard me doing dishes. So anyway, a couple questions on your display through the website.
Mhm.
You had said there would be a fee for using a credit card. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so the members pay that fee, and how much
Right.
will that be?
It's 3.2%. So right around $10 for a $530 transaction is what I paid yesterday.
Okay, and ACH, I'm assuming that's an automated withdrawal from their checking account?
Yes.
Yes, and so I know people are going to ask me, how's the security on giving out your bank account number, which they probably do all the time, but Deepak, can you answer that?
Yes, in fact, Lawrence, are you still sharing your screen, or can
I
you?
stopped. I can if you want me to.
Yeah, if you want to go to the proceed to checkout, and I'm not sure how do you bring it to the larger folk, but I'll quickly show this while we are at you.
Deepak, while he's doing that, I wanted you to know that I took my laptop in dev and had a couple very non-techie people try to use it, and they did pretty good the first try. So I just wanted you to know that, there's some people out there that aren't very tech savvy, and one of them said, "Oh, I think I could do this myself." So that's a good sign.
That's excellent feedback, and that's what we want. Like, it's right now live for a few folks in prod, and we want them to test it out so I know what the issue. We are trying to build the best thing, but it may not work for some people. So unless I know what's not working, we can't fix those. So I'd love to hear feedback on what needs to be done right. So Pat, you've sent an email. I responded to that. But yeah, same thing, like testing phase. Tell me what's not right, and we'll get it done, and then we'll go live.
Right.
Okay.
All right. You want me to go
Right.
to check out with this ACH? Is that what you want to Deepak?
Yes. 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 So at this point, this part of the software is not something that we've built. This is something that we are using, which is built by Stripe, and Stripe handles all the money. So I think Sue at some point might have talked to you guys about us going through a process of figuring out which payment processor we'll use. And so we decided to go with Stripe. One of the reasons why we decided that way is because Stripe is a global standard these days. I mean, if you look at Evo Sports, I don't know how you make payments there, but I use Evo Sports there too, and they use Stripe. And some of the biggest companies in the world use Stripe. They are what they call as PCI compliant organization, and so they ensure that any details that are shared with them, they are not leaked out in simple or layman words. There are two ways once you get to this screen. And Nikki, I think I missed showing this to you when we were trying to use ACH. If you see underneath those bank options, it says enter bank details manually instead.
Yes.
So can you click on that?
Ooh, thank you. You are making my day right now, Deepak. This way you don't have to put in your passwords. I like it. Thank you.
So there are two ways of entering this. One is going this route. Now, I wasn't familiar with this because ACH is not, it's local to the US. It's not something that I know of that happens everywhere. And so here is where you have to enter your banking info, Elaine. So if you're not comfortable with doing that, The other way of doing this is, if you want to X out of this, is using instant verification, which might sound scary, but it's not. No, just click on Chase below.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So this is instant verification. So at this point, when you click on this, it's taking you to the bank's website. So basically, you're essentially using three things. You have our own website, and we made our website to talk to Stripe, which is the payment processor. And now by using this, you're not necessarily sharing the bank account details with Stripe, but in fact, you're going to your bank's website, and then it's sharing with Stripe what it needs to give it to Stripe to do the next set of things. So whichever one you're comfortable with, but all I can say is Stripe is like the thing that all the global companies are using there, and so it's very reliable and secure.
Okay, so one last question. So I see there's 6 banks there. If my thumbnail for my bank is not there, when I do my,
Search for your bank.
I'm sorry?
There's an option which says search. Those are like the more popular ones.
Yeah. Oh, I see. I could put it in there. Oh, okay, great. Okay, very good. So then it's just like logging into my own account. Gotcha.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I think people probably would be a little more comfortable with that given this day and age. But yeah, that's really cool. Very
I know
nice.
one person who isn't, so I'd say it's to each his own.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Of course.
Looks great.
Thank you. And yeah, I mean, just to reiterate, Lawrence and people who are testing this, before we make this live or make it available to people for them to do the registrations, we want to correct any issues that there are with this. And even so, if there are not issues, but if you have suggestions that you think we can incorporate in this process, we are more than happy to consider those in our prioritization and take those up. So feel free to use this as your own system and help us improve it in any which way we can.
Okay.
Deepak, you're next. You had your hand. Oh, you took your hand down. Never mind. Chris, Sam, Ramito, sir. Almost got you with another sharking shot.
That was definitely sharking. Yes. I was down on my shot. Gosh dang it. So of course I'm going to ask this question. How much does the YouTube channel cost?
Zero. Yes.
Well, I like that. So there's a lot of advertising possibilities with the YouTube channel. Cool. Deepak, do you foresee any changes in the near future with YouTube's control of that?
Control of what, partner?
I'm sorry, with their use of it being there being no charge?
Oh, I don't think YouTube is ever going to want to do that. YouTube has created a platform, and their revenue comes from the content that we provide to YouTube, right? So they are selling our content to make money. And if they start charging for that, I mean, if you're using it for something crazy in terms of you're really using their resources a lot more than an average person would, then sure, there might be some fees that come in. But otherwise, I don't see YouTube ever charging for an account like this.
Love it.
Yeah. And
my favorite
then,
word, free.
Yes, yeah, it's totally free. And then this was primarily the reason why we had built that live stream page that Lawrence was showing earlier, because you might change the backend. You might use Evo Sports today, On the Wire before that. Wolfpack Sports has once been used for the live streams, and now we are going to do it on our own YouTube channel, right? So without necessarily telling people where it is streaming from, you want to bring them to your website so that people get to watch those streams and they are easy to find. So just letting you know that the underlying things might change, but the person who wants to watch a live stream, it continues to become easy for them to search it, even if YouTube ends up charging money.
Also, the additional benefit to this, Sam, is that there is a possibility that after a certain amount of views, we could start, having some monetary payback on this. So that would go back to the organization.
What's the exact YouTube channel? Because I searched for it and I got tons of old.
I put it, it's in the chat, and I can text it to you as well. And I know it's not hard. It's also on the Facebook pages.
And it takes you to the Facebook version of YouTube. I want to separate.
Okay, got you. I got you, man. I'll throw it. I'll send it to you. But yeah, it's called Western BCA Media.
Cool. Spaces.
No, yeah, you can search it that way, or you can also search at Western BCA Media, all one word.
There's a link on the website, right?
Not yet.
Not yet. We are working on that change. So this is what.
Come on, man! What we're losing revenue here, buddy.
Do you want people to get signed up first, or you want them to go to the YouTube channel? You gotta tell us.
Yeah, stop sitting around, Deepak. Jeez.
I found
That's
it.
my fault.
Thank you. I'm done. Good job.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Elaine?
Yeah, one last question, Deepak. So have you done like a stress test, like had 50 people sign up at the same, dry run practice in your shop? What do you anticipate that, everyone's going to try and sign up pretty much really fast so we're hoping that the site won't crash, right? So is the game plan to do a stress test or whatever you call that these days?
It's called load testing. Thank you for that. We've built it on servers which are scalable. So basically, if so much so as the load is such that the site needs more resources in terms of computing resources or whatnot, it's going to automatically move you to the next tier and make sure it doesn't happen. More so when something like does that happen, like very recently, Cloudflare, which is one of the biggest names out there in technology, they had an outage and Spotify wouldn't work. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So it can happen, I mean, things can go wrong. And so we have monitoring in place, which will trigger a message saying that, hey, your site is down. So even before somebody reaching out to us, we'll know that's the case and, we'll get working on it.
Okay. All right, cool. Thanks.
Thank you. Everyone, so shall we go ahead and move forward? I think that's
Yes.
does anybody need to take a quick break? Or just keep going? No breaks? Keep going. Okay. Let's see, bylaws, we already kind of talked about that. So it's kind of, I know that Bill had stepped down. He did all the work on it. He's kind of stepped back away from it. So anyways, but that'll be moved forward. Next is tournament report or tournament registrar. So Pat, if there's anything that you haven't already set, Jackson, if you go ahead.
Have we appointed a new bylaws committee chair?
No, I was gonna talk to a particular person, but I don't want to throw it out there right now and then freak out on me. So, but there was one person I just actually forgot about it. So I will work to get a hold of him. Anyways, next so Pat, if there's anything else you want to add to as for tournament registrar that hasn't already been said.
I just want to thank all the league operators that sent me their awesome spreadsheets. There were a few that I don't think understood, but that's okay. We got the data anyway. You guys are awesome. Other than that, I think I've covered most of everything else.
Yeah. Thank you, Pat. I know it's a lot of work. Been there, done that. So old business. For once that I can remember that we have no old business. So Rose, go ahead.
Okay. I just finally got you my list of a couple of weeks ago. And I've added some new divisions since then. Do I need to send those to you also, or will they go through when Chris pays? Does that make sense?
I could not understand what you said, Rose. Can somebody repeat that for me?
No. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I sent you my final list for 2025 a couple of weeks ago.
Right.
I just added onto LMS and sent Chris money for 4 different leagues or divisions. Do I need to send that to you too, or will you get those with the names Chris sends you?
If Chris is going to send them to me, you don't have to.
Well, I hope
if he doesn't, then one of you's got to send him.
Chris, and see what we gotta do.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you, Pat. Okay, so next, like I said, no old business. Moving on to new business for the Elite Singles Division. Discussion action required the lowering cap for Elite Singles for Bob Olson. So Bob Olson, you have the floor.
Okay, I'll do the best I can. As competition committee chair, the very first sentence in my charge sheet, it says the competition committee is charged with creating and maintaining the best competitive environment for players who play in the Western BCA tournaments. I found out through Ed that the tournament committee was going to try well, actually they did, they went ahead and did it, to lower the elite to 600. And it's not their jurisdiction, it's mine, number one. It's the first thing that I just read you. I don't know why the tournament committee can just ignore the competition committee completely, because they say they have data that made them decide not to discuss it with me. Well, I have the data that was sent to everybody, and let's just look at that real quick. In 2000, if we look at this worksheet, the 2-page sheet I sent out, you'll see number of players, current Fargo, last year played, which is important because you'll see players continually come and play and then they leave because they don't do as well as they expect, I would assume. Number of players, in 18 there were 25, 19 there were 30, 22 there were 22, 24 there were 15, and 24 there were 20. There's fewer and fewer. And I understand Jackson's trying to make a bigger tournament for the elite so that possibly more elites will come. But the fact of the matter is, my job is to make sure everybody is competitive. And as you look down the sheet, there's 64 players over 625 or over on the first page. So I would recommend the tournament committee look and see the last year some of these players played and ask them, why aren't you playing anymore? I think you'll find out the majority of them say, well, the cost versus the cost of the amount of money that it takes to go there and play with the versus what I win isn't worth playing anymore. And the elite players and above, if they can win some money, they'll come and play. But we haven't added any significant money. But I guarantee if you added 5,000 to the tournament, you'd have a lot more elite players coming. But to them, it's more about the money than anything else. And again, if you look at the under 600 or 625, you'll see that there were only 2 people in 18, 19, 22, 23, 24. There's only been 2 people that were under 625 that got in the cash. John Daughtery, he was 4th, but I'm sure back in 23, he was at least a 625. Doesn't matter. He was a player at one time. I think it'll verify this. He was at least a 670, 680 player 10 years ago. The guy could play. I was a 62 in 15. I'm now a 620. Age has caught up with me. But nonetheless, and the same with Joe Tamara. He played in the Northwest Cup. He's a 622, 3 points under. But everybody under 622, you see, I've recorded every player that played. There were 25 players, 30 players, 22. If you count up all the little things, you'll see between the 2 pages, that's how many players I've accounted for. And again, only 2 people under 625 have cashed in all those years. And so for someone to say that the 600 to 624s can compete, the data doesn't show that. Now, I don't know where Jackson got his data regarding why he didn't have to talk to competition committee, because they got their own, which is what he stated earlier, which I don't understand how he just ignores it. I mean, if he wants to take over the competition committee, by all means do so. But at the same time, it's my jurisdiction to look at this and to at least have a discussion. So the fact of the matter is, because he has a dismal event of 24 players and 15 and 22, he wants to make it bigger at the sacrifice of competition. If you think for a minute that a third of the platinum players, the top platinum players, are now going to go to the bottom of the rung in the elites, you think they're going to be happy about that when they were looking forward to several months ago to try to win the platinum division? I don't think so. I think a lot of them are going to be disgusted about it. And yeah, you might get 10 or 12 of them to join for a year or two, but they're going to end up like all these other 64 players that have played in the past. Only 20 played in the elite in 2024 out of 64 that have played before. The fact of the matter is, because we have grandmasters. Let me go back a little bit. Back before 2018, we had masters and grandmasters. The grandmasters, the top 8, played against each other in a round robin because there was only around 8 of them. Dan Louis, Rich Geiler, other players like that. But anyway, now that they were voted in, and I believe around earlier than 2018, Steve Linkelbach came to the one of our meetings, and he asked to have a vote of taking the Grand Masters and lowering them and let them play with the Masters. And that was actually voted on. There's been some question whether the original standards of 400, 475, 550, 6 1/4 and above, and 675 and above were ever voted on. The records, according to Julie, says that they were never voted on. But we did vote on the Grand Masters to go down to the Masters. And, you know, these standards were set. So for somebody to lower it down to 600 without membership voting, or the board now, as I understand it, to make that decision, to me is wrong. He's absolutely wrong in doing this. He's going to increase the field probably by 10, 15 players at most, and he's going to sacrifice the other, 10 or 15 that were 600 and above. They're not going to come and play because they know they can't win. So I was going to ask for a motion to vote on this, but now that we found out that the board has that jurisdiction, or at least appears to be, I mean, Jackson wants something else to be voted on. If I can make a motion to have this voted on by the membership to let them decide, like they did last time when they took the Grand Masters, let them play in the Masters, then I would like to make that motion. Lawrence, am I allowed to do that?
Are you asking me a question, or you want me to respond to the?
I want you to respond if I can make a motion to have the membership that is here today to vote on whether or not the 600 to 625 or 24 should or should not be allowed to be forced to play in the elite. Because I don't think they should, because it's not competitive. They're going to go up to 122 points.
I heard that statement for the last 5 minutes. I got it.
All right, go ahead.
My question for you is that that's why I'm a hand up, is because you keep saying Jackson's doing this and Jackson's doing this. Do you know who voted for and against making this 600?
I heard it was 5-2.
Do you know who voted for what?
I know, the only one I know that voted against it was Ed.
Right. Do you know who the second one was?
No.
Jackson.
Really? I'm absolutely amazed. That's not what I was told. But anyway, that's great.
I'm just saying
don't
that
get
it
me
wasn't,
wrong.
it's not a Jackson, I want you to understand, it's not a Jackson decision that was made. It was a committee decision that was made,
Okay,
right? It wasn't one person saying this is what we're going to do.
should not have competition committee, the reason I'm here.
It
to
was
make
a
sure
group of
things are
seven.
it should have came to my committee, period.
It was a group of 7 people that made a decision. And in their charge, right, it said they're responsible for divisional splits.
They've never done divisional splits on the elite, ever.
We've voted on everything that we've done here up until, whatever, right? I mean, that's what their charge was, to do divisional splits.
They've never done a divisional split in the elites. Have they ever done that before? No.
Okay.
And up to, and last year, they didn't do it for platinum. I think 1 year they did. And then it went back to platinum at 75. So, since it was voted in the past on these different divisions, it should have been voted by the membership, period. And to ignore that and just go with it and have players that have no chance to get in the top 3 or 4. They haven't done it in the last 6 years. And all of a sudden, they're going to be competitive. No, they're not.
How many games? How many games is 25 points?
What do you mean? How many games is 25 points?
How many games are you giving up in a spot when it's 25 points?
Depends on how long the race is.
Race is 7.
I'd have to look it up on Fargo.
Okay. Third of a game.
Yep. It's a third to half of a game. If you take Stan out of the equation, since he's the outlier currently that shows up to our events, even though there are several higher than Stan Fargos that are eligible and qualified to come play, it brings it back down to right around 70 points between the lowest and the highest at 600.
I would agree with that, and I'd be okay at 70 at the top end, which we're open to 122 now. So, and whether you have to give up a game or not, we're not spotting anybody. The fact of the matter is, what is the percent of odds of a 700 against a 600?
What's the percent of odds? What's the percent of? Hold on.
May I speak? May I speak?
Well, yes, you can go ahead.
A 700 player per Fargo is twice as good as a 600 player. In a race to 10, 600 will get to 5, period. And they got no chance. And the record shows, the data shows that no player under 623 has ever cashed in this 10-ball event in the last 5 years. So you can't dispute that. Look it up. Race to 7. What is it? 25, 30%?
For what?
Answer is
600 to 700?
Yeah. To win?
To win when the race is 7, it's 5 to 7. It's 2 games. It's right here. It's 2 games. It's a 2-game difference.
Well, that's enough, isn't it?
Well, the difference in that between elite right now is the same difference as it is the bottom of platinum to the top.
Well, I don't care about that. I just know. No, I'm telling you, a 700 is going to score 10 to 5 in a race to 10. Sure, if you race to 2, yeah, it'll be even money. But the point I'm trying to make is he's changing the divisional.
Don't say because he's not.
The tournament committee is changing the division from 625 to 600. The last time the division was changed, the membership voted. That was bypassed this time. Also, the competition committee was bypassed this time. Based on a 6 to 5.
Divisional breakdown was done, a straw vote was taken, not an actual vote. Not an actual vote, the straw vote was taken.
When Steve Lingelbach came in 2017-18, he asked for the Grand Masters to be able to play in the Masters. That, in fact, was voted on. It wasn't even on the agenda, and it was voted on. And the membership voted for the Grand Masters to play in the Masters, which is why we have a problem today.
And who's the bottom of the Masters?
I don't know. 625. What it is today.
Is it 625?
Yeah.
It's currently 626 and above for elite, right? Not 620.
Oh, no. Well, let me say something real quick. You can interpret 626 and above. I created those numbers back when we created them with Ray. It's true. And I said 625 and above. Now, you can argue it all they want, but I created the numbers that the committee at the time that was on the team, they agreed to them. Period.
Actually, in the beginning, it was 635 and above, and then it was changed.
It's never been 635. That's a typo. I
That
guarantee it.
that was
It's
not
a
a
typo.
typo.
Boy, unbelievable. Unbelievable. And anyway, that's my argument. Nobody under 623, and they were probably both over 625 at the time, has gotten the money in the 10 ball event in the last 5 years. And now these 600 players are going to be competitive, right? Wink, wink. All the other divisions are going to be under 60, 65.
The
until they
interesting
want to.
thing, Bob, is you're using today's numbers, not when they won, because Chad Visconner cashed and he was a 620 at the time.
Well,
so you're using current numbers today, not when they were.
Do you have evidence of that? I'd sure like to see it.
Yes, I can go back and look at Fargo and tell you. Yes. 100%.
How do you do that? Because
Sure.
I'd like to look at.
How?
Was it 9 ball? Well, hold on, I have it.
I brought proof.
Let me look.
Hold on,
It
hold
wasn't
on.
620, it was a 625, but I think Alex Brown beat me this time to cash, and he was a 6. I don't even think he was a 620.
It wasn't in 10 ball. It might have been an 8 ball. He was
Yeah,
fourth in
it
8
was
ball.
10,
Well,
because the numbers are
8
skewed.
ball, 10 ball.
Alex Brown is a 624. In 2025, he took fourth.
Okay, so
As
let's
a
get all the
624.
information, Bob, not just.
It's on this paper.
But I
Can
don't
you
think he
read?
was a 624 at that time, is what
He
I'm
was
saying.
not.
He is now. I think he is like a 610 when he beat me down there, and he cashed that year. So
Well, in my opinion, although we're not going to vote on it because the board already made up their mind, but the fact I'm trying to make is the numbers I have, the data from different sources says that there's no way a 600 is even going to, they haven't in the past. Does that even matter? I mean, my job is to make sure everything's competitive. I'm trying to protect players that I think aren't going to be able to get there in the money so that you could have 10 or 15 more players in the elite. The fact of the matter is, the better you get, the fewer there are of us, period.
Has anybody
And
thought of what this does to the divisions below the top division? Because you haven't mentioned that once.
Why would it, what are you going to do? Lower the numbers so you can have 5 instead of 7, which is going to be your next little detail?
5 instead, I don't know what you're talking about.
You're talking about lowering the division averages, moving them up, which is what your agenda item is.
So my agenda item is to have flexibility in constructing the divisions themselves. But
And wasn't, go
when
ahead.
you lower this down to 600, it pushes everything else down, right? So it makes
Sure.
it more competitive down below as well, all the way down to the lowest level, which has the highest spread in Fargo. Nobody's even mentioned that.
Yeah, well, you raised them in 8 ball, the gold up to 100 points, and the platinum division went from 44 teams to 21. That's a fact. So changing things isn't always good. It was working fine as it is right now. Why would you want to change it? Because the elite, there are fewer elites that are coming to play. That's been that way for 7, 8 years, at least. I think Ed will tell you that. We've done all kinds of things with teams and Scotch, especially teams, and they just won't come because there's not enough money to win, period. So now you're going to take players that are less skilled, in my opinion, that can't get there in the elites because they're going to play players anywhere from 75 to 120 points better than them, period. So
Do you know how many
that's my
people
argument.
talk to during? Well, I think
Go
Chris
ahead.
mentioned that.
So can I say something here? So I know because Vic would talk to me about the tournament committee and some of the stuff that they were talking about. And then of course I see the emails too. But so originally, so the 600 and above to change to elite, because I know it's always been talked about to where we need to get more elite players. We need to get more elite players. And that was the goal. And I understand that. And so they originally discussed the top 48. So you're talking 626 and above would sign up for the elite and whoever else under that wants to play in the elite. And then the rest of the top 48 would have been pushed up into the elite after signing up for divisional singles versus 600 and above being signed up for elite singles. I think, so my personal opinion is top 48, you're going to have pissed off people being forced to play in the elite. 600 and up, at least they know what they're signing up for. So I think that's where, because those were the two options, that's where the 5-2 or whatever came from, and that's why, from what I understand. But I will leave it at that, and I just wanted to make that part clear as far as it's not that that was the only option.
Okay. Was the 48 top players, was
Yeah,
that approved
Tammy,
at one time?
Tammy's absolutely right,
No,
Bob. When we
no,
looked
it
at
wasn't approved. But then if you look at the top 48, it could actually pull somebody under 600 up to that top 48, depending on how many people play.
Go ahead, Lawrence.
Oh no, Chris is next.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah. So basically, so basically, what happened was, and Tammy's 100% correct, is that if we would have gone to the top 48, we looked at the numbers, what it would have just the 48 players, and it brought us. There was 21 players the year before, and we added 27 players by going down to 600, exactly the top 48. And I think what people get used to is attaching names and feelings and expectations to words: gold, silver, bronze, elite. And the reality is, if you're the top percentage of who signs up for our tournament, you're the top percentage of who signs up for the tournament. Whether that could be a 545, if they're the top people in the event, that's the top is. And so we get this misnomer of nobody compete. We also talk to people, and just so you kind of know how the process went, Bob, we didn't just sit down and argue about this for 2 months. We had our tournament scheduler come in, Rick Jones, and talked to us. One of the other committee members is Dave Chavez, our tournament director. We talked about this at length. Jackson and I were at a tournament, and we started polling people that were in that 625 range. And I tell you what, more people were excited to have the chance to play Stan or to play Dan or to play Mike D or Mike Stevens or whomever. And they want to test their skills. And I know they've always had the ability to sign in. I get it. And so now it's like, hey, put your money where your mouth is. You said you would do this, and now let's see if it happens. So I hear, well, we did it this way. We've done so many different things. We're just trying one other new thing that hasn't been tried before. And we're all kind of like, look, we're not going to give up, but this is our direction we're trying to go. And if we can improve this event, Rick told us, hey, if you kick out the outliers, if you make it 675 and below, Dan Louis could still play. We would lose Stan, our Hall of Famer. We lose, Steve Lingelbach and a couple other players, Chris Byers, those kind of guys. He's kick out the outliers. The rest will come back in droves. You'll be able to beat them off with a stick. That division will be full. And the other thought process was, look, if these players come in for quote unquote the easy money, those guys are trying to prove something. Hey, I can compete with those guys. Hey, I can play with those guys. It's not very often they get to play against better players. I had a league operator recently, and he was holding coming up in the wintertime, and he told me that the number one he got was Stan. Yep, sign me up. He said his tournament filled in less than 48 hours. I want to play Stan. I want to play Stan. And so to blanketly say nobody can win, I fell on the wrong side of a split. I had to go, I can't compete in this. And I ended up capped the bottom. I was the bottom number and went down before I went. And I played and I won games that I shouldn't, because I'm a competitor, because I want to say athlete, because I'm not built athlete. But
because I want to compete and get better. And that's the overwhelming statement. We talked to 600s, a lot of 595s, some 585s. There's a guy that plays the league, he's a 556. He goes, I'm playing the top division so I can play those better players so I can get better. None of them said, oh man, I don't think I can cash. I don't want to play. Every one of them said, I don't care if I can cash or not. I want the opportunity to compete against the best. And so Jackson's not wrong that by making these shifts, the other divisions, it is a trickle down effect. So I'm sorry for the outliers that finally got to be at 624 and had the opportunity to win their division. I was my division, got bumped up, and I didn't get a vote in that. Nobody voted for me. They just said, hey, now you're whatever I was, 4-8, whatever, and now you're playing here. And guess what? I paid my money and I played. And it cost me just as much to stay as everybody else, just as much to compete with everybody else. But nobody, I was forced to play to where my number fell. So we looked at the numbers. We added 27 players. If we had done this last year, that would have made a top 48, and they're still the top players in our event. That's all I got.
They've always been able to play up, and 47 of them have, and only 2 got the money with the argument. Now Chad says he was only 620. I don't ever remember you being that low, and we've cracked heads for
But my
10 years.
my point is, Bob, that they're not going to cash. They're going to compete. They're going to play. And
they've
so
always had that opportunity.
I know they've had sure, but even as a 627 that has to play, at that point, he didn't have a chance against Stan, who's almost 100 points higher than him. Rick was telling us that 50 points is so much, 75 points is one full game. A 75-point split is one game. And he recommended that, we talked to him and got a lot of recommendations from him. We brought in the tournament officials and stuff, without going into too much detail. That's not mine to share, but we looked at all angles. And we're just our goal was also to put on a very competitive tournament. And our goal was, and our charge was divisional splits. And that has to start somewhere, either the top or the bottom. The other wide discrepancy in numbers is the bottom. Do you think our 212 or 150 player has a chance against a 300? That's a 200 point or 150 point difference. But yet they play in the same bronze division together. So I think we have to get past this notion of people go down there to make money and they go down there to cash. I think they're pool players that want to play in the best run tournament, very organized with a set of rules, and a lot of them vacation, however you want to look at it, because only 33% of the people actually get money back in the event. So that means that 67% of the people don't make $1 or don't get back $1.
Well, all I'm trying to do is make sure everybody's competitive. And in my opinion, on the low end, so to speak, if people that are 150 and 200 Fargo want to play in the limits like 350, they're not forced to play. They want to play and see how they do. I agree to that, but you're forcing players that were in once the platinum division are now going to be in the elite because you want to make a tournament bigger. And I don't think that's our goal, at least not the competition committee.
Well,
so let's look at a different way.
My hand. Can somebody raise my hand for me?
Okay, Mike, go ahead.
Sorry, I hate to interrupt, but I'm again calling in and I don't know how to raise my hand. I can wait my turn. Tammy's trying to put me on the list, please.
Mike, Tammy's trying to say something real quick.
Mike, I have you after Tracy Cunningham, but we need to move along and let Nikki, Chad, whoever it is, say something because they have their hands up. I've got Arlen after that.
Yeah, I don't want to cut in front of the line. Yeah, I don't want to cut in front of the line. I just don't know how to raise my hand. Thank you. I'll be quiet.
I'll put you between Tracy and Sam. Go ahead, Chad.
Okay, on Bob, I ain't trying to call you out, but I don't know if it's like puffing your chest up or whatnot when we do have talks and stuff, but you have said to me several times that you can compete at that highest level, that you have the game. Well, Robert says he's going to get into the elite next time. I've heard you say that. I've heard other people say that. Now, most everybody at that 600 level and above, they all have the natural abilities. They are able to compete at a very high level. So the skill set is there. The difference between the little bit lower level and the higher level in that group is the mindset, what they're eating, all the different things that they prepare themselves to win that tournament. And I believe that you, Robert, all these people that are sitting right around that 600 have just as much of a skill set to play at that higher level. It's about the mental side. And if they go out and they compete and they do very well in this, they gain that mental side. And a few of them, they're right up there with the higher level players because it's getting your mind right.
Well, let me say this in reply. If I play in the event again in singles, which I haven't since 2015, I told the board this. I'm going to play in the elite because I've been an elite player at 662. Again, in 2015, I was runner-up from Steve Lingelbach in the Masters. The top 8 were playing the Grandmasters, a separate event. So I know I have the mental strength, I have the hand-eye coordination, and I have the knowledge. I know how to play. A lot of these guys don't have they don't have all 3 of those at the highest level.
I disagree with you. You tell me one 600 player out there, like the Eric Sumakils and stuff like that, that don't play pool more than you and don't have a lot of knowledge. It's what are they bringing to the table? Are they out drinking? Are they eating right? Are they sleeping right? And stuff like that. That's the difference in the skill level at the top. There's a little bit in skill level, but most of it is, are they prepping themselves to win the tournament? Stan does an excellent job at that. If you know what Stan eats and what he does and how he goes on his walks, he's a champion for a reason. He earned it by what he does away from the table, not just at the table.
And he's mentally tough as nails. He doesn't care who he plays. I don't think a lot of the 600s have got the mental toughness yet, because they're up and comers, most of them, to compete. I think if they win a platinum or 2, they're going to frog on up to the elite.
Most of these 600s have been there for years.
Well, because for some reason they can't get any better. I don't know. Ed Slade is a 580 something. He's played more pool than I have in the last 2 years, and I have in the last 10 years. He's played more than 2 years. But there's knowledge and there's mental toughness.
He'll tell you here. I bet you Ed will tell you that there's things that hold him back. It might be eating, it might be running tournaments, it might be doing all the stuff in the background that he cares a lot about too. But if you are willing to set that stuff aside, does he have the skill set to play at another level? Yes, Ed does. It's the dedication. The people at the top earn
of course it is
because of the dedication, but the skill level is there. At all those 600s, I would say most all of them have the skill level. And if they don't have as much knowledge, they might pick it up by playing at this level.
Well, I can't disagree with all that, but the fact of the matter is they're at the top of platinum, and now they're going to play the elite, and you might get 10, 12 players more. I'll be shocked if it goes over 32, even with the 600 players, because a lot of them are going to be pissed about not by moving up and forcing to play. But we'll see. You know,
I supposed to beat Alex Brown, and he came out and he kicked my butt. So like they can do it.
Stan's butt, Chad.
What do you think we can do it?
No. Ask when's the last? Well, we're getting off subject. And I apologize.
Yeah, we need to kind of move on. So,
but anyway, I'm trying to protect the 600 to 624 players, and force them to play.
Arlen. Next, we have Arlen wants to ask a question. Sorry, Chad. I don't mind wasn't cutting you off.
I would be getting slapped in the back of the head. My wife isn't here. So if I didn't mention that, has the competition committee and or the tournament committee thought about what changes this is going to affect on payouts? Y'all know Kamatha is my wife. Her and I have been doing payouts since about 2007, and nobody bothers to talk to us one bit about what you guys want to do and how big you want your divisions. So it does affect payouts when you have divisions that are lower skilled players but have way more people, but you force us to keep paying people less because we want the upper people to be paid more. When it comes to people and added money, if you're going to increase the added money to the elite players by increasing the field, then you're taking away from players that are actually filling the field. So I have always been a proponent and been shot in the foot, shot in the back of the head for saying, hey, we should base our payouts based on the amount of participation, period. But nobody ever likes that. They say you're better, you should get more. Well, if you're better, get more people to play and you can get more money, or charge them more to get in and their pot's bigger. But when you have the majority of the field being bronze and silvers that are carrying the tournament, yet we can't pay them based on what it is because we have to stay in our parameters, it's really going to be effective on payouts when you guys decide to change the numbers, the amount that are going in, that are going out. So it'd be great for a heads up from either of you guys, tournament committee, competition committee, to confer with payouts. What would these changes involve with the payout structure? Because nobody wants to go to a tournament that they went to last year and make less when there's the same amount of people in it. You're going to lose players. Oh, well, they're paying less. We had the same amount. Why go? Oh, they paid the upper guys more money because they made the field bigger. So there's a lot of different implications at this point that nobody's bothered to look into that I see, that at least hasn't been thrown on the table. So that's why I'm here doing that. Can anybody tell me what the implications, the trickle down effect's going to be on the lower divisions for payouts when you shove other people into an upper division?
I believe
What's
this
that
change is about $40.
Really?
Yes.
$40 per player, $40 per division, $40 per event. What are we talking, Jackson?
By adding 27 more players to the elite, the top division, right? That's about $2 a player. So it'd be like 50 something dollars.
Okay. Interesting. Well, I wish my wife was here. She wasn't able to make it to this meeting because she could have crunched your numbers and found out what's going on. Because when it comes to weighting a division, as far as added money, I'm assured it's more than $2 a player. At the upper division, I guarantee it's more than $2 a player.
Not the difference between top division and the second division down.
Okay, trickle down. What does that do to the rest of the field then?
We're moving 27 players potentially. So that's what it does, the trickle down.
So it stops at the platinum division. You're not planning on changing divisions and dividing up and having less divisions than what you already stated?
We don't know that yet.
Yeah, aren't the divisions decided by the number of entries and their Fargo ratings?
No. No, it's been 6, actually. Tracy Cunningham. Sorry, Tracy, I didn't mean to call you out, but I know Ray was involved with the divisions and setting up divisions. Originally, when we first went to Fargo, it was 4 divisions maybe. And then I think we went to the 6 just to make it more of an even spread between the different divisions. But it's been the 6 since then, since the first event, really.
Well, I understand the division part. What I'm saying is that if you have, say, 60 people in the 1,000 and below, and you have 100 or 250 in the lower 800 and below, or 300 and below, 400 and below, whatever the bottom one is, that's the divisional splits are decided by the number of players within a range of their Fargo. Is that not correct? Or we're not doing divisional splits because it's 1,000 and below and 900 and below. Is that what I'm hearing? Is that why we went that way?
Now you're talking about teams and all that. But anyway,
no.
I think she means by like silver 1 and silver 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah.
We don't have silver 1 and 2 anymore.
So
Okay,
I
so
have, look,
I have the minutes up from that November 2017 meeting where it was voted on. And the motion was singles to be divided into 7 separate divisions based on a sliding skill set range of approximately 60 points. The top division will be open to any skill level, but structured in such a way that if your Fargo rate is above a predetermined point, you will have to enter that singles event only.
Okay, that makes more sense. Thank you.
okay, I have a question for Jackson. Everybody's saying that 600
Well-
to 722 is only 1 game difference. Why don't you make all the divisions 100 points apart instead of 50 or 60? Is that
Okay,
what you're
well-
going to do?
Wish we would.
Well, that's, we gotta wait until Jackson gets to his Bob.
Okay,
and
all right.
move on. Sorry, Arlen, were you done for now? Yeah, okay, then Zach. It's you, Zach, Tracy, and then just to give you a heads up, Mike Deichman will be you after that.
Okay, I was just trying to look for the singles caps from this last event. But I mean, I guess my take on it is 25 points is a big jump. I mean, I don't know. My question is, how long has Elite been 626 and above?
Since 2018.
Okay, so in the past 7 years, right? Let's say you have somebody who is at the very low end of platinum, let's say a 580, right? I'm a 581, right? So look, I mean, believe me, I'm looking, like, I'm not playing singles, but I would be looking forward to not having to play anybody over 600, right? But I don't think that, like, I think that 25 point jump is different. I mean, and I know, like, what I agree with what Chad is saying about how players at the 600 levels can beat, you know, those big players. But like, as far as like competing in these events, like, I don't necessarily just want money, right? Like, I want to win a title. It's over these players that have been playing for the past 7 years and developing, right? Like, all of a sudden, like, you know, let's say somebody puts in a lot of times the past 2 or 3 years, and now they're, let's say, 605, right? And they starting to have a chance at like winning a title in platinum. Well, now that's kind of taken away because, I mean, the odds of a 605 that's actually a 605 winning a title in that event, I mean, it's tough. I get wanting to kind of get some more people in the elite. I mean, what would the numbers look like if you take 10 points away and I do a 615 and above, or 15 points? You know, that's kind of where I'm at. I mean, I run tournaments and I run handicap tournaments, and I like where the caps are, and I think they make sense. But I get the idea for change. Those are just kind of my thoughts on it. There might have been something else. I can't remember. I'm looking forward to hearing what other people have to say as well. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Zach. We appreciate your input. Tracy, go ahead. Tracy, and then Mike Deichman, you'll be after that.
I guess my only take on it, I was hearing a lot about talking to these players that are 590 and above and how they want to play against the big dogs and be able to say they did this. Well, the elite anybody can sign up for the elite. So if they want to, they could if they had the chance anyway. So why are we forcing it? If it's because these guys want to play them, they could. I don't understand. Hello.
Well, that's been the argument for a long time, that they've always had the availability to play. Again, as competition committee chair, I'm trying to protect the 600s to 624 because I really believe they cannot compete with the 675 and above. And if they were to cap at 600 to 675, I'd say by all means, let's go. That's fair. That's fine. But because we have a few 5 or 6 players that are over that, I just don't think it's. I mean, there's been a lot of people that don't come back and play in the elite because they know they can't win. That's obvious by the records I look at. Sure, they can all come and play, but that's not what reality is. And unfortunately, which hasn't been mentioned much, the better you become, the fewer there are of us. Period. And that's just the way it is. And because there's few of us, there's less players are going to play at the tournament. You got 1,000, probably 350s above, and there are 1,000 between 350 and 450. The elite that have the roster that I have, it was under 2% of the players are elite. So you can't expect to have a.
So
go ahead.
I'll jump in here real quick that I know that the goal was to try to bring more people in to play the elite because we were only getting, say, 20-ish players. The more players, the more money, the more payouts, whatnot. So, and that was the whole reason of bringing that part up. How do they do that? What to do that? But anyways, we are at 413. So I'm going to try to move on. Mike Deichman, are you still out there?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here. Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Go ahead and say your.
Okay. I voted for the change. One of the things we could have voted for was the top 48 players. As has been mentioned, that would have resulted, according to our figures, in players lower than 600 being in the elite. So we that's why we didn't like that. Because of the bell curve and outliers, I would use Stan Tarango, who just beat Shane Van Boning, I think 7-2, and because of lower Fargo players at like 125 Fargo points, the lowest division and the top division will always have the largest Fargo gap. I think one of the issues we're actually dealing with is that when we switched to Fargo, we should have taken that opportunity to get rid of the whole concept of masters and grandmasters, and then we wouldn't be in this mess. We should have just made it the top division with the understanding that the Fargo gap is going to be the biggest because it's either that or kick Stan out of our league, and the lowest division is going to have the biggest Fargo gap, which is true today that nobody seems to have a problem with. Yeah, the whole concept of elite is silly. It should just be the top division with the understanding because of a bell curve and outliers, the top group is going to have the largest Fargo gap. I was concerned when Bob mentioned that the members would need to vote this in. We've learned since then that apparently, I mean, I guess it depends on who you believe, but that is not true. And one thing I do feel for Bob on this is I don't understand why caps and divisional splits are two different committees. I think that is causing a big part of this problem. And I do understand why Bob thinks he should have sat in on at least an hour of one of our meetings to have his say. I think that's a reasonable request. And that's what I have to say.
Can I say something real quick? My wife said something to me when I was muted. I apologize, Jackson. You were talking in defense to that, and you're going to come up with another thing. So I wasn't trying to personally attack you. It was I was talking to you. And I apologize because I know a lot of people, including my wife, said that I was attacking Jackson. I didn't mean to do that. And I want to apologize to everybody for probably the majority of you thought I was. But he and I were talking back and forth. He was the one that is going to have another thing about changing the divisions. But I do want to apologize for Jackson for that. I'm not trying to personally attack him. So if, I've had a problem in the past with him, but we're not going to discuss it here. It doesn't matter. So anyway, I'm done.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Bob. Oh my goodness, because we still have this and then we have the next one. Sam, go ahead.
There we go. Okay, two things. If we have this divisional gap with the elite, then we probably have the same scenario with the lowest bronze division. Has anybody looked at that?
Yes, I have just now. Last 8-ball tournament.
Hold on. I don't need the complete breakdown. It's just a small point. I apologize for interrupting you. It's just, do you see the same sort of scenario in that division that we're discussing with the elites right now?
The point spread for the top, not the elite, the platinum, was 550 to 625. There was the point spread of 75 points. In the bottom bronze, the point spread was 42. No, not on the bottom. On the second bronze was 42.
Wow.
Point spread.
Okay.
Okay, the very bottom, the lowest one was 118 and the highest one was 380. So that's 200.
No. Well, yeah, and you can never use that bottom bronze
Yeah.
though as a scenario because you've got somebody who's a 100 something. So that's
Yeah,
not.
and that's
Yeah,
the
so
point
that
I was
doesn't
trying to make. You can't
irrelevant.
use that. So the second bronze was 42, the silvers,
We're
42,
kind of
32,
getting off
49,
subject
and
here.
75.
We're
Well,
getting
no,
off subject.
That was the point spread.
The other thing I wanted to know was what if the competition committee doesn't work on divisional numbers, what does the competition committee do, Bob? What is your charge now?
Well, apparently nothing. When the tournament committee makes a change like that and they don't even discuss it with the competition committee. And again, let me read this. The competition committee is charged with creating and maintaining the best competitive environment for the players who play in the Western BCA tournaments. That's the first line of my charge.
Can you read the whole charge, Bob?
Huh?
Can you read the whole charge, please?
To do this, the CEC is authorized to review player ratings to decide if they are correct and obtained in a truthful and honest manner. The CC shall prevent the findings of any player who has failed not to be truthful and honest in games played to establish their rating in the Western BCA president and the chairman of the board. Do you want me to keep going? The CC shall also work with Western BCA leagues to create a system that correctly identifies correct starting rates and for new players, and also identifies players and administrators who may be attempting to create Fargo rates that are not accurate. Do you want me to keep going, Jackson?
Yes,
the goal of CC should be to increase the integrity of stats which are submitted to the Fargo rate and review the report for any individuals who are trying to undermine the goal. The CC chair and members shall hold themselves to highest ethical standards as outlined by the Western BCA laws. All information names discussed at the CC. So if you want me to keep reading, why don't you just go to where you want to go? Because obviously you have the charge also. So go ahead.
I don't have the charge. That's why I wanted you to read it.
Well, it's a page and a half. We're going to waste another 15 minutes on this.
Thank you, Bob. I'm done.
Okay. Harvey, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something to Arlen. I'm on the competition committee, and right now I feel like every time I talk, I keep talking about a lack of organized data. We're trying right now to compile data accurately so that we can make better decisions for next year and use multiple years, like 5 years of data, tournament data, to run metrics on all of it. And so that's our main goal right now. And I just wanted to tell Arlen that in our meetings, we've talked about the importance and implications of the payouts. And I wanted you to know that we have plans and we want to collaborate and talk about that when we start to break data down and understand if and any changes we want to make, how that will be implemented and affect the payouts. So I appreciate you bringing that up because I think it wasn't done in the past, and that is definitely on our radar and it's really important to us. So thank you.
Appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Harvey. Pat, did you have anything else to add?
No. Do I still have my hand up?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
No, I'm done.
Okay. And then Matt, you're next.
Yeah, I think this is experimental and you guys have just changed it. I thought 2 years ago thought I was probably going to be at the top of gold, and they changed platinum and lowered it, and I was like one of the 3 lowest Fargos in the division. I got my butt kicked. I thought I played pretty decently, but I came back the next year and I still didn't really think I was going to have any chance of competing. I didn't compete for the top spots, but I did cash out and I played some of the best pool of my life, which actually encouraged me to become even better. So I think that you guys are putting a lot of emphasis on these lower players, maybe not wanting to, I don't think they expect to beat these higher players either. And I didn't expect myself to be beating 624 players. But I was beating 600 plus players, being at a 560 and change. So I think you guys are putting too much emphasis on these lower Fargo players going into the higher divisions. I know they're not expecting to win the divisions, but they might just be aiming to cash out in the division itself. So I don't think it's that big of a deal that you're changing the division all that much.
That's awesome, Matt. That's exactly my thought.
Yeah, that's totally what I told my wife. I said, you know what, I have no chance of winning this. And she says, hey, you just got to do your best. And my first year in the division, I didn't do well, but the second year, I did great. So I was actually, I played the best pool. So I was happier about that, just even cashing out, than I was, trying to win the thing. I know I'm not going to win it, but those are baby steps.
Thank you, Matt. Nikki?
I'm done.
Okay, I
Nice job,
think
Matt,
I've
by the
said
way.
everything I need to say. I don't think.
Nice
bringing a
job, by the
motion-
way, Matt, on your well you did. Now, I'm wondering about what's the identity of the BCA, because I think of it as the higher competitive league out there. It's not men's fun league. It's not APA. It's where we go to grow our game. And I know, I forget who was saying about the money and it should go to the middle and stuff like that. Well, I would disagree. I think the growth in the game is it growing, and it's not because I'm at the top and stuff like that. But like, if you go into a business, the cook doesn't make as much as the CEO or whatnot. It's about the level of the skill levels. And when you win, yes, you get awarded with the money that you win and stuff like that. But we don't award anything for moving up levels. The money has been moved down, and so I don't see why they're just trying to take more and more. And if you want to say, where did all the top players go? Well, that we're not getting awarded for being at the top. And you know what? I still come, I still play. But I don't think it's set up for the top skill level players anymore. I don't think the people are looking and wanting that. If not, you would get awarded for being or getting better as you're moving up, just like you get awarded when you win a tournament. You slowly get awarded as you move yourself up. And what are we as the BCA? Are we an APA? Are we a fun league? Like, what level do we expect out of ourselves? I expect us to be the top competitive league out there, because that's what I came into 23, 24 years ago, but it's definitely not that anymore. Thanks.
I do think that what he's saying, to add that, that helps people not want to be sandbaggers also, and believing in our players, that they have that ability. And maybe the 600, like whatever that line is, like parents, we might believe in our kids more than they believe in themselves at first, right? So these 600 players that we're saying, hey, or whatever the line is, it doesn't matter if it's 600, where they're right on that cuff. We believe in you. You're the top people in here. That maybe us believing in them before they believe in themselves, that's what they need, because the 600 player always playing 600 is always going to be a 600. They never are going to grow above that, because they're only, that statistic's never going to, that statistic, they can't grow statistically.
Let me say this real quick. I understand what you're saying, Nikki, but the world has changed. I've been playing this game for a long time, and I've gotten beat up by Dan and Geiler and all those to get better and better and better. And when I was in California in the mid-'80s, I played against a lot of pros, and I've gotten better. Unfortunately, because of all these handicaps, it's much easier to play, say, at gold and try to get only better and make more money than it is to try to improve yourself to go up to platinum when you're not going to make as much money. That's the reality. That's what it is in the Western BCA. There is no motivation for people to get better other than their own self-gratification to try to do better. The people in this meeting, most of us want to get better, but we're the exception. We're not the rule. We're not. And unfortunately, that's a fact.
I just unmuted you.
We
Okay.
give them no reason to want to get better. You're making the money at the lower level. It's worth even sandbagging to make that money. But as the money moves up the ladder, there's a reason why you want to get better, and not only to be more competitive and stuff like that, but you they said a long time ago when it was the Open and the Masters and stuff like that, people were coming in and sandbagging at the lower level. Well, if that money wasn't worth sandbagging for, then they wouldn't play in that level. They would go for the money, which would be in the upper division, where you have to earn it more. Sorry to say, but you know, it's tougher. And I've never won it, Bob.
No, but you're missing
Made
my
it in the
point.
money, but like,
You and I will spend 20, 30 hours a week, a month before the tournament. You're a lot like me, Chad. And now, granted,
that's
you
what
put
I'm
more.
saying.
They don't want to
People
do
earn the
that.
win.
They don't care to do that.
If
They
you
don't
want to
care to
get
get
drunk
better.
and come down here and just party all week and
Well, a lot of them do.
be
A
able
lot
to
of,
win, that's an APA thing. What?
well, that's
Who
also a
are we
Western
as
BCA
an
thing.
organization now? Are we the top elite organization?
Well, that's a whole nother discussion, Chad, but you well know as well as I do. They're not going to play practice 10 hours a week. That's a 450 player. They may play 2 or 3 in league, but they're not going to go out there and do drills like you and I have for hours at a time. They're not going to do it. They don't care to get better.
But they're a little bit down lower then. They still have a chance to win, but
they don't
we
care
should
to.
still focus
That's my
on
point.
trying to make people better players.
They don't care to get better. They want to have fun at the level they're at. They're not like you and I. I want to beat the play.
Everybody wants. I don't believe that. I think
Zach.
everybody wants to be a better player.
Right.
So.
No, I disagree. But anyway, we're getting off
Okay.
subject.
Zach, did you have something else you wanted to add?
Yeah, I guess with this new, proposal, or I don't know if it's a proposal, I think it's happening. How much more money is there going to be with it being 600 and above versus 626 and above?
It brings in 27 more players currently.
Which is how much more? How much money? How much is the entry?
It's $125.
130.
27 times what was it?
130 with green fees, but
okay. So next an extra 3,500. If there's 48 places, you're paying out 12 spots. I usually pay about 3%, so I guess that adds an extra 1,200 to first, something like that. It's a little extra money. Just kind of curious.
Pay 16 spots, so
okay. So then maybe it adds like $1,000 extra. So just curious. I just wanted to know about those numbers.
Yep.
Okay. So
I guess before I'm done, I guess how much does that take away from the platinum, if it takes any away?
Nothing.
So it wouldn't take anything away because platinum is now going to move down.
Correct.
And then gold will move down, and then silver, so on and so forth.
We're getting off subject from what I originally started about whether 600 to 624 can compete. I don't think they can. And I want to ask one question.
Gotcha.
Why are there 80 players that are 625 and above in the Western BCA, and yet the majority don't come and play? Why? Because they don't think they can win. They don't think they, because of the Grandmaster. And so now what you're going to do is take even less players under 625, when a lot of them over 625 don't come, and you're going to make them play in the elite. That just, to me, that makes no sense. And that's me speaking as a competition committee chairman, trying to protect the players to let them play where they belong. But I've said enough. We've been on this for probably 45 minutes.
Yeah, maybe longer than that.
Yeah, and I think
so it's Tammy, did you have something quick to say so we can find out
quick.
how we want to do an action? Go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick statement. I appreciate everybody's points on this, but the caps are already out. There's nothing we can do to change the caps at this point in time. It can be a discussion for a future event.
So you're telling me you can't change them?
They've already been published for a month. People are already, I've got players ready to sign up already.
When's the enrollment period start? Does anybody know when the enrollment actually begins?
Well, I'd like to go live like tomorrow or the next day.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay. Fair enough.
We have a little tweaking left to do.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
So Bob, do we want to take a vote then?
I
Or
think because we can't change it, there's no reason to. I'd like to have a motion to vote, but I don't see, if we can't change it, what's the point? You know, there's no point in voting if we can't change it back up to 625.
You stated earlier.
I just want to express my opinion as competition committee chair, and let's see how many 600 to 624s actually play. That'll be interesting after the fact. So, okay.
Okay.
I've completed what I've had to say.
Okay, so then we have divisional singles rule for Jackson McDonald for
All right, yeah, so proposed change to singles divisionals. The tournament committee proposes revising the divisional singles motion approved on January 14, 2018. The current format of 7 fixed divisions established by membership vote would be replaced with a more adaptive structure. Under this proposal, the number of singles divisions for 9-ball and 8-ball would be determined based on actual entry numbers per event. This approach supports consistent division sizes, improves prize pool potential, and expands player matchups. The rationale is fluctuating entries have led to uneven division sizes affecting competitive structure. A flexible model allows alignment of divisions with current participation data. Larger divisions help generate increased payouts, enhancing tournament value. Broader groupings give players the opportunity to face a wider range of competitors, strengthening engagement and variety of play. And adjustments help maintain skill-based grouping and competitive integrity. The motion is, or was, really this will go to a straw vote, see what everybody thinks. But the motion would be the tournament committee shall have the authority to determine the number of singles divisions for each 9-ball and 8-ball event based on total entries. This policy supersedes the 7 divisions motion approved by membership vote on January 14, 2018. Division modifications will be implemented to support competitive balance, appropriate skill distribution, optimized prize structures, and expanded player match variety. So essentially, I'd like to get the feeling of everybody on the potential of changing division sizes. Now, keep in mind, this could change from 7 to 5 divisions. It could change from at some point it could change from 5 or 6 divisions to 8 divisions. It really depends on how many people we have, how many total entries we have for each event, and how that gets structured to, again, maintain the integrity of each division. So looking forward to seeing what everybody thinks.
all right, go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, Jackson, are you trying to make this change for the next 9-ball event?
Yes.
So it's not a straw vote.
Well, I'm looking for a straw vote to inform our decision.
Okay. All right. And may I ask, what could the ranges be? For example, if you were to take the 8-ball division for 2025, I'm looking at the singles event. Not counting elite, there's 6 others. Platinum had 116 players. Gold had 144. Silver had 126. Silver 2 had 126. Bronze 1 had 124. And Bronze 2 had 126.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty even distribution of players.
Yep.
So could you explain to me why you would want to make it less than the division? We're only going to grow from here. We've grown the last 3 years because we're getting further and further away from COVID. So could you explain what, I don't think we're going to get more players from here on out. So I think that we should leave the divisions alone, but please go ahead and explain what the possibilities are, sir.
Again, the intent is to have the flexibility of change, not to change them, to have the flexibility of change. Right now, we can't do it. So,
okay. So just one more question, please. If you had the flexibility of change, not counting the elite and up and the bronze and down, what would be your biggest spread of each level? In other words, we're at 50 to 60 now. What would it be possibly to increase if we had to do that?
It depends on the number of entries. It could range anywhere from 50 to 100. Most of what we talked about was 75, but in reality, it's just having the flexibility of change and then reviewing it through all the committees.
And one last question.
I'll put my hand up to speak, please.
Since it's
Mike
growing
D.
each year and it continues to grow, would there be any reason to change the current 7-level status? Assuming it controls uniformly, like it did in this 2025 8-ball event.
Is it going to grow uniformly?
I think it pretty much has, but I have the
So
numbers
we
here.
get
But
the same amount of 600s as we do 400s and 500s, 300s.
yeah, with that assumption, sir.
I mean, with that assumption, then there would be, there might not be reason to change.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Sam Rabito.
Did somebody get my hand raised? I
Yep,
hate to interrupt, but
I
my
got you,
hand's up,
Mikey.
right?
I gotcha.
Thank you.
The divisional, the concept of what you're proposing, Jackson, I see this as it makes sense to have manageable brackets. I didn't see a number though. What's the number that you're shooting for the manageable bracket?
I'm not shooting for a number. I'm shooting for the flexibility.
Well, the whole thing is to have a manageable bracket though, right? With time?
Yes, absolutely.
What's a manageable bracket to you?
Whatever fits within the time. I mean, that's I don't understand your question. It's the flexibility to change divisions.
Rick suggested a long time ago that we need to split some divisions because they were taking too long. So we started breaking up. I believe it was the men's open A and B and stuff like that. We started breaking them up. So it was more manageable bracket and the time would fit within the allotted days of singles. And that worked. So I'm assuming you've talked with Rick about this?
Absolutely.
Okay. He probably threw a number at you?
No, not specifically, but he actually advised us on the exact opposite of what you're saying.
Really?
The larger the skill gap, the quicker the brackets would run through. But that is definitely not our intention.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just asking you for the number in the board. Is it a 64 board? Is it a 96 board?
That doesn't matter. The number of entries is what dictates the pace of the tournament.
Okay, well,
if you have 100 in 4 brackets,
take on this. If we only had 300 people sign up for singles, we're not going to have 7 brackets, right?
Right. But we will, because that's what it says.
Okay, but
you're proving my point, Sam.
No, I understand what your concept is. I'm not asking, and I certainly don't want a number in the motion because I hate cornering us. I think everybody knows that by now with a number, but I'm just wondering what your manageable number is, what you're shooting for.
I'm shooting for flexibility, like I said.
Okay.
Right now,
I'm done.
We have to do 7. Mike D.
Hi, I assume you guys can hear me.
Yes, sir.
I just feel like we're kind of missing what's happening here. So these are new charges for our committee. We were charged with the divisional splits. So that made us look at the details of that. It turns out one of the details of that is we're locked into 7 divisions.
If we have 9 people sign up for our tournament, that is ridiculous. If we have 17,000 people sign up for our tournament, that is ridiculous. We're just asking for the flexibility to not have to do 7 divisions. Nobody's trying to do anything sneaky here. Nobody's trying to pull over the wool over your eyes. We just realized that when we voted in that we must have 7 divisions, that was very silly and short-sighted and unintelligent. And now that we have been charged with the divisional splits, we would like to point out that that makes absolutely no sense, and we're asking to have the flexibility to change it. Our committee has been charged with making the divisional splits. I hope that you guys trust us to do that. If you don't trust us to do that, why are we in charge of divisional splits? But that would be a nuanced question. The main point is, if 9 people sign up, 7 divisions is ridiculous. If 23,000 people sign up, 7 divisions is ridiculous. We're just asking to have the flexibility. That's why Jackson is having so much trouble answering Sam's question, because that's not the point of what we're trying to do. We just want flexibility. That's it.
Thank you, Mike D. Julie Frazier.
So I don't know if this is the point or not, but going forward, I would love to see us have less divisions. I think that us having 7 or 6 divisions, it makes us more like APA. I personally, and I know a lot of people and players that I've talked to at the beach, I don't like going down and playing the same 60 people that are the same Fargo as I am. I want to play a little higher. I want to play a bigger field. I would much rather see us have less divisions. So that's just my 2 cents on there. And I totally understand what you guys are saying about the point of this is just that to have the flexibility to change the divisions based on how many people we have entering. I know, yeah, it makes sense to me.
Thank you. Pat Mitchell.
Yeah, I was just thinking about this on the divisional splits. When you only have a gap of 42 points in your 7 groups, the top one was 75, the bottom one we don't count. It doesn't make any sense to have a structure of 7 groups solid. You should have the flexibility to change that. We might need 8 groups. We might need 5. If it's all based on the player entry, it depends on the Fargo rating, on where everything is gonna fall into. You shouldn't be handcuffed to a certain set of divisions.
Correct. Thank you for that.
That's my take. I'm done.
All right. Thank you. Chris Nordling.
Yeah, I think what one thing Fargo has shown us is that it works, right? So when we have these numbers that are super close, we have a lot of hill matches. You don't have the same blowout matches you might have had before. And so the committee we structured, one of our members went through and looked at what does this look like? How many divisions do we get if we go to this Fargo gap and this Fargo gap? And so we studied this extensively, amongst ourselves. And I think I don't want to quote our voting, Jackson, you probably know how we voted, but I think it's been what Pat just said, like if there's 300 people in the 400 range, we might have to add a division, but we've also been told that we have too many divisions and that the tournament might run better or could run better with bigger divisions and less of them. And that comes from somebody that runs tournaments for a living. So, we took that information the way we need to take it, and we're just asking for the flexibility to, if we need, to do what we need to do. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you. Elaine.
Yeah, I did talk to some players, Jackson, about this, as I told you I would. And there was a little concern. One of the bigger questions was, and maybe what Bob had mentioned earlier is how you would look at it. You would try to keep let's say you did 8 divisions, approximately the same number of people, as evidenced with what Bob just said. Is that correct?
That's certainly one way we would look at it. Yes.
Okay. And then a question a couple people have, a lot of people do think about what the money's going to be. would you pay as deep in every division, all 8 divisions or all 4 divisions?
Yeah, that has never changed. We're always 33%.
Okay. And,
Whoa, let me stop you there.
oh,
Since I'll come in from a payouts perspective, Jackson, we are not always at 33%. So where did you get your data? Because you haven't talked to the competition people. You haven't talked to anybody about payouts on this matter. So where did you get your information of always?
30%?
Where did you get your measure of always 33%?
As far as I can remember, and I've been doing it for 20 years, that we've always paid 33%.
No, sorry. I've been doing this since 2007, back with Bill and my wife, and we have not always held to a 33%. When the board charged us as a committee for competition way back in the day, and I've been doing this for about 25 years, there was put forth parameters we had to pay depending on the amount of entries. And there is never a 33% hard rule. Our charge is to pay between 1/4 and 3/8 of the field, not a percentage of a set percentage. It's 1/4, so 25% to 37.5.
Okay.
So where did 33 come from for you for the last 20 years? Because I don't recall you ever being to a meeting.
I stand corrected. I stand corrected. So nothing would change. The payouts committee would still be charged with exactly what they're charged to do, and nothing would change.
Well, I'm just trying to get the information out there because you're giving out false information in your report at this point.
oh, okay, so can I just follow up with that? So regardless if it's 25 or 30, whatever, and I suppose that has to do with entries, number of entries, would the goal be to keep it reasonably even number of places would get paid in each division?
Yes, the goal would be to maintain what payouts is currently charged with.
Okay. And then my last comment, there are a lot of people, as Julie said, they want to play up, right? But I'll tell you, up on the podium, they must think we're the bitch place, because I cannot tell you how many people say, this person is not a whatever, this person kicked my butt, they're really a 500. You hear it all the time. So there's people who want to get better and play better, and then there's people who go there expecting to play people with their same skill level approximately. They all know it's not going to be even. But if we went to 4 divisions, would not the gap be much larger? So that, making numbers up, but let's say in the silver division, it would be a 416 playing a 540. Would that be possible with less divisions?
I mean, with less divisions, it would be possible, but that is certainly not the intent.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, thanks. You answered all my questions.
Thank you. Sorry, Rob Cameron. Mr. Rob Cameron, you're muted if you're trying to talk. Okay, Bob.
My only concern about this whole thing is that you're doing a divisional split based on entries and not skill level. That concerns me. We're never going to have 90 players. We're never. Can I finish, please? Nobody's ever going to be at less than 700-800 players. There's never going to be 17,000. There's been around 4,200, 4,300 the last couple of years. So I'm concerned that the next thing we know, you're going to have tournaments that are 100 points separate. And, at the biggest stretch I could possibly think of, it'd be 75 points that would still be considered competitive. And that's borderline at 75. So what reassurance do we have that you're not going to make 4 groups at 100 apiece?
Okay, so first of all, your numbers are way off because we've never had 4,300 single players, but
No, I apologize. We had 4,300 membership players. I
Right.
apologize.
And now we
I
have like
apologize.
5,400. So that's cool, but we only usually have anywhere from high 800s to mid 900s in singles right now.
Okay.
So again, the intent is to have the flexibility. There isn't one committee out there that says this is what we're doing, right? It is the committee's responsibility to put together recommendations to provide to the board of directors. The directors can vote on and approve or select the option they want. So this isn't a single person making a decision. It's not a single committee making a decision. It's actually at least two different committees making, or two different groups of people making a decision.
Okay, thank you.
Rob Cameron, are you out there yet? All right, Pat Mitchell, you still had your hand up. Are you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Okay, I think that's it. Chris Nordling, you have something.
Yeah, just real quick. So I guess my main curiosity is being part of this committee. We thought this was I shouldn't say it like that. I'm wondering what the opposition of having the flexibility is to. Like, what's the problem with having the flexibility to change something that was voted in years ago? Keeping in mind that we would still do competitive balance and we would look at the Fargos and people are going to be, players are going to be like, oh, now there's a 75-point difference, or now there's a 44-point difference, or now it's a 100-point difference. But we're talking about flow and functionality of the tournament and finishing on time, and so and running on time. So I'm curious on what the kickback or fallback is, why people are opposed to giving us flexibility to make or to recommend the change in division. Thanks.
Arlen.
Did I hear you right saying you're wanting to implement this and get it voted on to implement this for this upcoming 9-ball? Is that correct?
That is correct. I want to do a straw vote to understand what everybody's feelings are for it. Yes.
Okay, because what I read that you submitted was you wanted an action on this, not a straw vote.
Yes. So
Which would
just
have
like
been
the
discussion.
competition.
But anyway, as I was getting at, you're saying you want to implement this, but I thought that the numbers were put out already for things. Have they not been worked on yet to find out what the divisionals could be?
The divisional singles do not get put together until all signups have been received.
Okay. Okay. I thought you had parameters that you'd probably set by for these 7 divisions of, forecasted numbers.
Yeah, 600 and under, however many show up, that's where the splitting's going to start.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, just for clarity, my only concern, I like the idea. I really do like the idea. And I'm going to abstain from voting because I think that's the right thing to do. But my only concern is all of a sudden we're going to run in all of a sudden because the tournament committee wants to make bigger tournaments that they're going to end up going 75, 80 points per division and destroy the ability of being competitive. That's what I'm concerned about. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Elaine.
Okay, so this is a straw vote, yes. And if let's say the vote's like, sure, make whatever you want. If it doesn't turn out to go well, I mean, this is going to be a smaller event, right, than 8-ball. Is it set in stone? It's going to be forever that you can just adjust what you want, or could this just be a test run at this event for the new?
So I think the goal here. So again, it's to have the flexibility.
Yeah.
And the charge of our committee is, very much to provide a good tournament. And if it doesn't work, then we're by all means going to change it.
Yeah.
You know, so it's not our intent to try and do anything other than, you know, make adjustments to provide a great tournament.
Okay. And one last question. Do you think this would better benefit 9-ball, 8-ball, or both?
Both.
Okay.
Brittany.
I don't really, it's not much of a question, more of a statement, but I think that the feeling I'm getting from people that are against this is that they're feeling that there's going to be ill intent from the committee. And I don't get that at all. The committee is going to do what is best for WBCA as a whole. So I'm not really sure why the committee is being attacked and people are feeling like they're, you know, gonna make it terrible when that's not the case at all. All they're wanting is just to have flexibility to make the best tournament possible. But I just wanted to say that I think it needed to be said. So thank you.
Thank you, Brittany. Lawrence.
I just want to say that the intent of committees is to not, the committees don't make the decisions, right? They bring back information to a group of people who vote on that information and make a decision for the membership. We talked about that earlier in this meeting. That's the intent. It just seems so one-sided because people want to argue with each other over things that have happened in the past, and it doesn't make any sense to me why people just can't just be like, oh, that's a good idea, we should probably try something new today, or maybe we don't, or okay, they tried it last time and it didn't work, but like, let them try something. It doesn't matter either way, right? I know that there's people in here that have been doing this since 1995, and I appreciate everything that you have done for this organization. I think you're amazing for it. Bill, you're amazing. And I'm glad you're here at the beginning, and I'm glad you're in this meeting, and it's good to see your face because I haven't seen you for a while. You know, and Bob and Arlen, you guys have been doing all this stuff since the dawn of time. And we appreciate that. I appreciate that, because without that, I wouldn't be involved in Western BCA. It would have been gone. It wouldn't have been here. But because you guys have done all these things and you guys tried out new things at one point that weren't done before, and it progressed this association. And I think that's the intent of everybody who brings an idea to the association, is to progress the association. And that's really all I just want to see is progression and us to find a way to get better. And if it doesn't work, then we can always fall back to what did work, right? We have a backup. We have a road to go back to. Like, so we took a wrong exit at one point, but there's a way back on the freeway to continue down the road. You know what I mean? That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, and that's a good point. And real quick, since our charge isn't super big, I'll read this to everybody so they understand what the tournament committee is charged with. The tournament committee is charged with reviewing the WBCA championships and making improvements to the formats in regard to types of games, divisions, races, payouts, and scheduling. The tournament committee shall also plan for any new events the WBCA will provide for the membership. The chair and members shall hold themselves to the highest ethical standards as outlined in the WBCA bylaws. Configuration: the tournament committee will be under the tournament committee chair, who is selected by the Western BCA president at the annual meeting and renewed or replaced on a yearly basis. The tournament committee chair shall select additional tournament committee members, which can be as few as 5 members and as high as 13 members. Consists of the tournament committee chair, tournament director, 1 BOD member, the president as ex officio, and whoever else the tournament committee chair chooses, which should represent a variety of leagues, regions, and ratings. The chair can add or replace members at his or her discretion. The chair must submit a list of members and report any changes to the Western BCA secretary. And then really quick, there's 7 items: determine races, divisional splits, and rules for each event. Shall review results, final numbers, and issues from each tournament. Report to competition committee issues with ratings and or robustness. Shall collect reports from table provider, tournament scheduler, head referee, vendor coordinator, and streamer to compile information from each event. Makes recommendations after reviewing the above findings. Provide a summary report to the membership at membership meetings, and look at possible additional events and or locations. That is our charge. Bill Henderson.
Sam was before me.
Okay, Sam.
Thanks, Bill. That's actually quite a big charge. I was expecting less, but anyway, I just wanted to let everybody know I'm for this. I'm not against it. Was some of the things saying, you know, attacking the committee or whatever? I wasn't attacking the committee. I just wanted to get some sort of idea from Jackson what his thoughts on a manageable bracket was. That's all I was trying to get, was some sort of, you know, even a range of numbers. I think the proposal makes sense the way it's written. The committee can use it, or the committee can choose not to use it. We're not stuck to it. It just allows them the opportunity to do that. I think it's great. Go for it. I'm going to vote for it. So that's me. I'm done.
Mr. Henderson.
Yes, I think it's a good proposal. The implementation of it is the problem I have. I think that when you're giving it to just one committee to do this, you're overlooking a couple of things. So I really hope that when you decide to make these changes, if you have to, that you bring in the competition committee and the payout committee to get everybody together to talk about how things are going to be affected by these changes. So that's just what I'm saying. The idea is a good idea to have flexibility, but implementing it by just one committee, you're not getting the full picture. You need the competition committee. You need the payout committee to go in and look at everything that's going to be done to change this. Okay, that's good.
Okay. Elaine.
Yeah, one thing when you read your document, Jackson, sparked it. The races, will they remain the same as they've always been at 9-ball, or would they be less or different per each division?
The races have changed for the top division. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
I think that was our last question.
Okay, so if we're doing a straw vote, do you want to make your statement of what the vote is for, Jackson?
Yeah.
Right, Julie?
Yeah. I mean, it's not a motion, so, but he could still make a statement about what it's for. And then am I doing it roll call? Because I haven't had a chance to do the roll call for the meeting attendance. You know, because that's so much fun.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. Would it be quicker just to say, is there anybody?
I mean, if
not
it's
in
just,
favor
yeah,
of
but
this?
just, we can do it that way, and that's fine. Just everybody needs to understand that if the attendance isn't perfectly correct, minutes come out, that's why.
Right. Okay, so again, this is just a straw vote. And this is for the tournament committee shall have the authority to determine the number of singles divisions for each 9-ball and 8-ball event based on total entries. That's
yeah,
it.
this might be a little confusing because, I mean, to ask, yeah.
Is it in perpetuity, or are we putting a time frame around this to see if it works?
No time frame.
But it can be changed if the membership thought it should be. I'd recommend vote with hands up that want to have the tournament committee do this, and then check the hands up, the ones that won't and the ones that will abstain.
Well, the
Half the people here don't know how to put their hands up.
Yeah, we either have to do a roll call vote or see how many people are against it.
Or abstaining.
Or abstaining.
Okay, so shall we start with whoever is opposed to this.
And how do you want them to say that?
Well, I see Dave Chavez had his finger up.
I think we
The
should
middle
just do a
finger.
roll call quickly.
Roll call is going to be easier at this point.
Yeah, it's going to take longer trying to do it differently.
Go ahead. Go ahead, do roll call.
Okay, I'm just going to call your name and then just say for, opposed, or abstained. And at the end, if I will ask if anybody didn't hear themselves. Rob Cameron. I don't even know if Rob Cameron's still here.
He was having a hard time. We had asked if he wanted to unmute because he had his hand up a while ago, so he might be having some technical problems.
Okay. Arlen Grashong.
Abstain.
Bill Henderson.
4.
Tammy Culbertson. Oh, Tammy, I'm sorry, you don't get to vote. Vic Albertson.
You could vote in a straw vote.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So Tammy and Vic.
I will abstain, and he went out to mow the yard, so.
Okay. Linda Knight.
4.
Rose Wilson. Rose Wilson. Raquel Manjarez.
Abstain.
Say that again, sorry.
Abstain.
Thank you. Suzanne Mackey.
4.
Sam Rabito.
You said he was 4.
Yes, 4.
Thank you.
Chris is here also.
Okay, I'll get to him in a sec. Diamel Castellea.
For it.
Michelle Jensen.
You just said her connection
4.
went out.
For it.
Or
Can you
Zach
hear me?
Zager. I got you. Thanks.
Okay.
Zach Zager. Robin Adams.
4.
Chad Bisconner.
No, sorry.
4.
Nikki Bisconner.
I'm for it also.
Brittany DeWalt.
4.
Julie Fraser. She's 4. Tim Fraser.
4.
Jackson McDonald. Guessing you're 4?
Yep.
Cindy Medina. I know Cindy's on her phone, so she might not be able to. Shirley Morgan. Shirley Morgan. Chris Nordling.
4.
Bob Olson.
Abstain.
Melissa Olson.
I'm against it.
Okay. Uni Slate.
4.
Rhonda Clark. Rhonda Clark. Shelley Huntoon.
4.
Becky Potter.
She had to leave.
Okay. Kamitha's not here anymore, correct? Deepak
Yeah, she
Kamnani.
left.
4.
Tyler Spires.
4.
Elaine Eberly.
4.
Dave Chavez. Dave Chavez. Trina Chavez. Trina Chavez.
4.
Oh, thanks, Trina. Pat Mitchell.
4.
Matt Andrews.
4.
Brett Baker.
Abstain.
Lawrence Frampton.
4.
Nancy Measor.
4.
Richard Phillips. I think Richard Phillips left. Ed Slade.
4.
Andrew Anglin. Andrew Anglin.
4.
4. Leonard Blaine. 4. Sue Ledger. 4. Jeff Beers. 4.
They had
Stephanie
to leave. They had to
Okay.
leave.
Stephanie Crystal. Tracy Cunningham.
Opposed.
Tammy Conabear.
Abstain.
Harvey Stanley.
4.
Alex Vogel.
For it.
Hey, Julie, sorry, I'm 4. Stephanie Crystal.
Oh, thank you, Stephanie.
Yep.
Trudy McCaffrey.
She's in the
Trudy
chat saying she votes for it. No, Mike.
Oh, okay, I see it. Thank you. Chris Moreno. 4. Robert Gehring. Robert Gehring.
He's in the
4.
chat saying 4 too.
Yeah, in the
Oh,
chat.
thank
4.
you. Carly Watros.
4.
Aaron Sullivan.
4.
Mike Crystal. Mike Crystal.
4.
Mike Deichman. Michael Deichman.
I know, I'm sorry, I had to unmute. I'm for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Autumn Frampton.
4.
Okay, did anybody not hear their name called? Is there anybody who didn't get called for a vote?
You didn't call Carla Jean Beers, but she's not here anymore.
Julie, I'm against.
Dave, you're against?
Julie, I'm against.
Thank
Yes,
you. And
ma'am.
Carla Jean Beers, I never had her here, so she was here? Maybe she was the phone number I couldn't identify.
Yeah, she was here with
Okay.
Jeff, but they're gone now.
Okay. So obviously it passed. Do you guys want me to count it up real quick? Or I mean, it was approved or whatever.
Yeah, I don't think there's any need for it unless you need, well, you'll need a number for the minutes, but that's
Yeah,
about it.
I'll need it for the minutes.
So it was approved and I guess that's it. So, thank you everybody for sticking around today.
Wait a minute, that was a straw vote. That wasn't a motion to move anything. It was a straw vote, as you
Straw vote
stated.
on.
Yep, that's correct.
Correct.
Straw vote only.
So I will
Nothing
take
is
that
gonna prove.
information. I will take that information. I will send my request to the board for a vote, and then we'll go from there.
When is the next meeting?
Next meeting, next quarterly meeting is November 2nd, 2025 for Zoom meeting. And between then and now, or between here and now, we will see a lot of you in Lincoln City for 9 Ball.
Can you say that date one more time, Tammy?
November 2nd.
November 2nd.
Excited to see everybody.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, Bill.
Quick question, didn't we switch our annual meeting to November? Because it's the end of the year?
We didn't switch the annual meeting, but for the budget was then.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Gotcha.
Then I think for the board, we stay on, right? Lawrence, is that right?
Sue is gone, and she's the one that wanted to talk to us. So
Okay.
I don't know.
So Ledger.
Yeah.
Oh,
He
so
had- it wasn't going to be. Yeah, I don't know what happened. So she wanted to talk about some.
Wasn't it
Sign up stuff.
or reports or
It
something?
was
That
it was the reports. She took a look at the reports and she had some concerns and she had some questions, as well as I did.
I'm gonna leave the meeting. You gonna leave?
So
I wonder if we should stay, because you might already know what the questions are, Pat, that we could help with.
yeah, I think she.
Does
I don't know.
Tammy, I'm sorry, does Tammy have to officially adjourn the regular meeting?
Oh, I'm sorry.
okay. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for being here today.
I'm gonna text Sue right now.
Yeah, I think her big concern was the same with mine on the report for entries. The data that showed up on the report does not even come close to what we need. And I think she was planning on sending a spreadsheet via email to the group. I'm not on that group, so I don't know if she did or not. The breakdown of the fees, the green fees, the tournament fees, the entry fees, how it's all broke down, who it was paid by. And I have all that data on my sheet as well. It's on the right-hand side of the colored columns that shows individual entries in each division. And so when I tally up how many I have at the bottom, it goes over and to see if it's going to tally with hers. And if it doesn't equal, then we sit and go line by line to figure out where the mistake was. And that, I know she was concerned about the order number. It looked to her like it was a random generated order number on the credit card receipts. And the order number on the spreadsheet or on the reports were different. So she didn't know if it was a database number, an entry number, or a payment order number. And so she had some concerns with that on how to track it. So that's all I know.
Okay, she said yes. So I think that Sue's gonna log back in here. Log back in.
Well, if you don't need me,
You
I
talk-
shall leave.
No,
Deepak's
hey,
looking at it
Pat,
too, so.
thank you so much for all that you're doing.
Oh.
This is a humongous project. I've only seen just a little bit of the stuff and wow. Oh, actually, it looks like Deepak's getting back on here too, right? I just let him in. He might be a good person to ask about some of this stuff, but thank
Well,
you.
he had
Pat.
replied, or he's working on email. He's coming back in to talk about that stuff too. But Pat wanted to talk about, or not Pat, Sue wanted to talk about. She's got a plan of action for payouts for fund day stuff and all that stuff too. So
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. So
that's what she wanted to talk about. So
yeah. Okay, well, if you don't need me, I shall go back to data entry. So
cool.
Thanks, Pat.
you bet. You guys have
You're
a good
amazing.
night.
I'll have Terry sitting
Thank
down
you so
today.
much, Pat. You're awesome.
Lawrence, I'm on. Is there
Alright.
something we needed to talk about? This is Deepak.
It was just what we had messaged about earlier was the entries, the end of night report. But I think I don't know where you're at on that.
Yes. So yeah, I mean, we did drop the ball on that one because I didn't realize we had a report from the past. So it's just us adding those fields, which will be done in tomorrow's report.
Okay.
The one thing I would say is like I would love to see more signups, like from a testing standpoint. So, you had come up with a list of people who are going to use this.
Yeah.
I would love to have them use it, test it out, see if everything's working fine. So we are ready for, opening it out to the public.
Yeah.
Was that it? So does that work for you, Pat, if we get it done tomorrow?
Pat left. I'm sorry, she left, but I'll tell her. I'll send her a message. So
Okay. The only thing I want from her, Lawrence, is to double check what I've said as fields that will be added. So if there is anything above and beyond those fields, she just has to let me know and I'll get those added in the report.
Yep.
All right.
Sam, I'm kicking you out of here. Did you get new glasses before you leave? Are those new? Are shooting glasses?
Yeah, no, these are my shooting glasses I've had for a while now.
Okay.
Nice.
I haven't noticed them lately, so I just thought I saw them. So
That's why I always look like this when I'm looking at it. It's only one. It's not bifocal.
okay.
Have a great executive session or whatever it is. Adios.
Yeah. All right, we'll see you.
Lawrence.
Arlen, Rob, we'll see y'all later. Trudy, Tracy. Hold on a second. Admitting people.
Good idea.
Admitting. Okay. Is that everybody? Okay. Anyway, Sue, your plan of action for Fun Day stuff. We've talked about that. I told
Lawrence,
you.
this is Deepak. Do you still need me or am I good to go?
No, you're good to go, buddy. I'm sorry.
Okay. And then, there was something related to the registration form that she mentioned. I don't know what that is. So if you can get in touch.
She'll tell you. You talking about Pat or you talking about Sue?
I think it was Pat who said that she's disappointed with the registration form, and I wasn't sure what she was talking about.
Yeah, it was the report, I think, not or was that Sue? Yeah.
Oh, it was both of us.
Okay, go ahead. Shoot it. He's here before you leave.
I sent details. I did. I emailed copious details and examples. I don't want to